We've been Mazda owners
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. Let's talk about what we're going to be covering in today's stream. So we're doing 4 topics, as is per usual over here, and the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the Hack the Web game. This is a fun little, well, it was previously pretty easy, but I think we finished all the easy challenges, and the challenges are going to get more difficult from here on out. But that's the first thing we're going to be doing. And then, topic 2, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School. So HackerFrogs After School is a program for beginners, and we'll be teaching everybody how to use Linux today. We're specifically going to be talking about how to use Linux to find certain files and to find certain file contents. So look out for that in hour number 2. In hour number 3, we're going to be doing a demo over at the Vulnyx.com platform. We're going to be doing their Friends box. So the Friends box is a pretty good example of how to do SQL hacking. And it's not SQL injection necessarily. It's how to do hacking if you have access to an SQL user. So that's going to be in the 3rd hour, and please look forward to that. In the 4th hour, we're going to be joined by OreoByte, our good friend who is also a Twitch cybersecurity content creator, and we're going to be doing some stuff over the OLIcyber platform. So OLIcyber is a Italian CTF platform, and yeah, so I've sorry to hear about some political violence happening today in the U.S. and yeah, all I have to say is that nobody deserves violence to be what is the word? Performed upon them. Anyways, let's go ahead and start the first topic. So the first topic is going to be Hack the Web. We're going to be spending about 60 minutes doing that. And let me go ahead and put 60 minutes on the clock, and we will start. So while we're doing our first activity, we're going to be playing a little bit of music. Hopefully the music isn't too loud. If it is too loud, let us know, and then we will try to adjust the volume as needed. Okay, so let's put topic 2 on deck, and let's go ahead and start. So let's see. This topic is topic number 1. This is Hack the Web, the CTF game. So if you don't have an account over at Hack the Web, you can make one over here. You'll notice that it is a German website, but even though it's a German website, we can switch it over to English and then solve the challenges. And Matthew Welty says, hello Matthew Welty, nice to see you here. We're just getting started with our first activity. We're going to be doing the Hack the Web game. I've left the, yeah, it is a free game. You just need to register on the website, but there's also a demo account that you can use. And so if you want to use the demo account, it's demo as the username and HTW123 as the password. That'll give you access to all of the challenges, so you can follow along with us. So the first challenge we're going to be doing is the metadata challenge. Let's take a look at this. And haven't we solved this one already? It feels like we've already solved this challenge. Hold on. So let's see. Let's go over here. This is challenge number 38. No, we haven't done this one yet, but it feels like we have. Anyways, for each one of these challenges, we're also going to create a little write-up, because we need to keep track of the stuff. It's a steg. It looks like a steg puzzle. If we've done it already, we should be able to finish it up pretty quickly. So this is challenge number 38. It's called metadata. Okay, and so we'll record a couple of things. So the first thing we'll record is the URL of the challenge, which is here. We'll record the category this would be in if it was a regular CTF challenge. the concept of the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let's take a look. So the metadata challenge here, so, oh sweet, look at this photo. So in addition to what you can see in the photo, many images contain other information such as the camera model or the ISO number. These are the so-called EXIF tags, and unfortunately they're not immediately visible. However, there are some tools that can help you find these tags, and there you will find the answer. So I guess all we need to do is we need to take a look at the EXIF data. So EXIF data is basically metadata about picture files, and what we're going to do is we're just going to copy the link and we're going to download it to our machine over here. So we're working with a little Kali Linux machine. So we've downloaded the picture file here, the chal38.jpg, and we can take a look at it normally by using the xdgopen command. So xdgopen, when you run it on a file, is going to open it with the appropriate program. So the appropriate program for JPEG files is going to be a picture viewer. If you were to open this up with a PCAP file, it would open up in Wireshark, etc., etc. Okay, so we got this adorable hamster. Is that a hamster or a guinea pig? That's a hamster, right? Okay, so the tool that they were talking about is EXIF tool. And EXIF tool is a standard tool on Kali Linux. All you need to do is run it on the file and it'll give you a bunch of information about the image. So it'll tell you about when the file was created and what kind of device was used to create the image, etc., etc. A bunch of different information about the picture. But most importantly, we can find the flag in here. So the answer is Belichtungszeit. Belichtungszeit? I'm not too sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it means exposure time in German. Okay, so we can just copy this, and then we can provide this as the answer. So down here, paste it in, press go, and this is correct. Okay, so let's just do a very quick write-up of the challenge, and then we can move on to the next one. So I guess if this was in a regular CTF challenge, this would be a digital forensics challenge. The concept is metadata, EXIF data, and I guess the EXIF tool, well, I mean, not necessarily the EXIF tool, but the method of solving the challenge. So download the image file, and then use EXIF tool to inspect the metadata of the file. The answer is that German word, Belichtungszeit. Okay, and that's the first challenge. So hopefully we can solve a few challenge. Decryptor says hamster. That is a hamster. Awesome, awesome. Sometimes I can't identify some of those little animals, but yeah, this time it's a hamster. Okay, so what are we going to be doing next? Let's do the nostalgia challenge. So this one over here, and this is challenge 100. Wow. That's an icon I haven't seen in a while. But before we do that, we're going to set up our write-up over here. The Motorius. Listen, MD, you can stay if you don't start sending really strange messages in the chat. And I think you should know what counts as really strange. But yeah, don't. Please behave, otherwise I'm going to have to time you out again. Okay, so this is the nostalgia challenge. Okay, we're going to record a few things: the URL of the challenge, the category of the challenge, the concept behind the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at what this challenge is all about. Alright, so it says you're a good listener, and not just when it comes to new and modern developments, but also with things that are already part of history. For example, that's the case here. For example, we've got Internet Explorer. Alright, well, that's great to hear, MD explains. Okay, so we've got Internet Explorer. So for many people, the Internet Explorer was their first access to the internet. However, it has since been replaced, but that doesn't stop anyone from dusting off their old browser. Open this page with Internet Explorer to get the answer. This is not Internet Explorer. Okay. So what is the user agent for Internet Explorer? So what we're talking about here is we're talking about the user agent of a particular browser. So for example, we can go ahead and we can try using curl to download any old web page. For example, we can do example.com. So example.com is basically an example web page we can use for examples. So when we send information to a web page, there's a bunch of HTTP headers that we send along with our request. Okay. Yeah, I'm sad to hear that people are victims of political violence. So for example, we've got the user agent over here, and the user agent tells the web browser, or sorry, the user agent tells the web server what kind of device is being used to make the request. For example, here it's curl, and for most of the time when you're using your Google web browser, the user agent is going to be Google, Chrome, and if you use a Firefox browser, it's going to be Firefox. So what we need to do in this challenge is we need to send a custom user agent along with our request. So what we can do is we can use curl to send a custom user agent. That's not going to be curl, but it's going to be Internet Explorer. Jason IT Solution says, "What are we doing today?" So we've got our schedule over here. If you take a look at the Wednesday schedule, that'll let you know what we're doing today. Sarah asks, "Is there a flag in curl that can specify user agent?" I think specifying user agent in curl is going to be -A. So -A, we can do Internet Explorer. This is just for example.com. This isn't actually for the challenge. Okay, so let's send that with the head. Okay, so here we set our user agent to Internet Explorer. This is probably not the official user agent header. We can probably look that up online. 187, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so Internet Explorer user agent header. We'll just Google that. They have weird names. What are the latest user agents for Internet Explorer? So we got Internet Explorer 8. A typical Internet Explorer user agent string is, well, user agent string. So list of Internet Explorer user agent strings. Let's go ahead and look over here. Okay, so we got... So this is... Internet Explorer uses Mozilla as its user agent header. That's kind of unexpected, but we can choose any one of these. How about we use this one? So we'll just grab one at random. And we're going to send that as our user agent here, and then... Yeah, so now we've got a user agent for Internet Explorer. The last thing we're going to do to finish the challenge is we're going to take a look at this page. So the challenge page over here, Nostalgia. We're probably going to have to send some cookies along with our curl request to get this done. but let's just see what it looks like. Okay, so okay, we sent this the correct user agent, I think. Let's see if we actually get the right contents. Okay, so this is a redirect, and the reason it's a redirect is because we're not logged in. So what we need to do is we need to send our cookies along with the request in order to get the correct response. So we're just going to go over to our browser and we're going to grab those cookies. Web developer tools. We got 2 cookies. We got connect.sid and we have HTW language. Jason IT Solution says, could you recap it for me, please? So we're doing Hack the Web first, then we're doing HackerFrogs After School, learning about Linux, then we're doing a SQL and SQL hacking demo, and then we're going to be doing more web app stuff. Okay, so connect.sid, we're going to copy this, and let's get the value as well. So the value is here, we're going to copy that. And that was a lot. And then we're going to connect another cookie. Paste it in here. And then get the value for this. Actually, I think this should just be EN. Okay, let's see if we can get our result now. Huh. I don't think we got the correct language. So HTW, maybe this needs to be lowercase. Okay, open this page with Internet Explorer to get the answer. This is not Internet Explorer, and it says this. So Internet Explorer, I mean, maybe it wants a different string. libcurl itself has a lot of CVE history. I mean, most of these software libraries do. Let's try a really early one. So Internet Explorer, let's try Internet Explorer 3. So this is basically user agent manipulation. Because the application says it wants Internet Explorer. This is not Internet Explorer, and it says Mozilla something something. I mean, do we just put Internet Explorer for the user agent? I mean, that could be the answer here. So just type in Internet Explorer. Okay, it says this is not Internet Explorer. Open this page with Internet Explorer to get the answer. Alright, well, I mean, we could be off base for how we're supposed to solve this challenge. But I'm pretty sure this is the way we need to do it. Okay, let's try a really early version of Internet Explorer. Okay, Mozilla 3. Internet Explorer version 3.0. Listen, MD explains. I don't want to argue with you here. If you feel like sending really strange messages in the chat, don't do it. If I see it, I'm not going to be happy about it. Alright, so Internet Explorer user agent Okay, a typical IE user agent includes browser name and example, rendering engine, operating system. Okay, so let's just try this one here. Okay, so that one worked. So the answer is quirky. So we just need to supply this as the answer, and then we'll be finished the challenge. Okay, this is correct. Great. So all we need to do is go back to our write-up here. So this is a web app write-up. So web app hacking category. The concept is user agent HTTP headers. Okay, the method of solve in this case is going to be manipulating, I guess we could call this spoofing. Spoofing HTTP headers, specifically the user agent header. Okay, so Sarah says, I don't see how this can be useful in real hacking situations, but I don't know much. So well, I mean, it's not the user agent HTTP header in particular, but there's lots of applications that send you different responses depending on what kind of HTTP headers you send to it. So when we take a look at the HTTP headers that we sent over here, let me illustrate. So we sent these HTTP headers with a request. So set cookie, no, wait, here, man, it's hard to see. So we sent a user agent header, we sent an accept header, we sent a cookie header. So a lot of web applications are going to give you different responses depending on what kind of headers you send to it and what kind of values are inside these headers. So it's actually a pretty important thing to communicate to people if they want to learn about web app hacking. So there's a lot of circumstances where the response is going to change depending on what you put in these headers. Okay, so let me get the actual command we used to solve the challenge, and we'll finish the write-up. So the method of solve, we spoof HTTP headers and use curl to, so the curl program here, to spoof the user agent header to get the answer to the challenge. So those things are basics. It is a basic concept, but if you want to teach people about web app security, you know, basic stuff like this is also valid. Okay, so there's my curl command. Commit those changes. And let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, ISDev says also to bypass blocking of the user agent. Yeah, so I mean, the user agent is also something, it is something that web applications pay attention to. So sometimes web applications are going to give a different response depending on the browser that's being used, or the other, you know, otherwise the device that's being used to make the request. So sometimes it'll see curl and maybe it decides that curl, you know, it doesn't want to respond to curl, so it won't respond if the user agent says curl, and then you're gonna have to switch to something else. Okay, so let's go over to the transition challenge here. And this is... which challenge is this? 104. Okay, so this is the link. And before we start, let's go ahead and start up that write-up file. So 104, this is called transition.md. Okay, and the category, we don't know. The concept, we also don't know. Method of solve, we will find out soon. Could you share a link of the repo, please? So if you want to take a look at the HackerFrogs repo, it's over here. If you're looking for write-ups in particular, you could probably navigate from the repo route, and you should be able to find it pretty easily. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. So the transition challenge 104. It is possible that you look a little more tan today than our last meeting. Ha, I knew it, you must have returned from a trip. Sometimes you get the impression that one transition follows another. Holiday start, holiday end, school year starts, school year ends, and we are in the middle of it. In computer science, transitions can be represented with such diagrams. A path leads to the goal, and that shows your answer. Okay, Sarah says, I will start with your beginner CTF beginner playlist. I'm interested in this field. Just need time, managed my time to do it. Okay, yeah, no problem. Go ahead and take a look at the stuff on the Pico CTF beginners playlist. It's in the cloud. In the cloud, once you get into it, you won't look back. Well, I mean, I hope you have fun over there. So we got some... What is this diagram? So L leads to I and E. Oh man. Do we just need to follow the chart? L I, but everything L I E, L I E B. Maybe I need to take some notes. Just a second. Okay, L leads to... L leads to I, leads to E, leads to B. B leads to I, leads to E. We're not really escaping from this. So L leads to E, B, I, E, B, I, and then it just keeps on going in a big circle. In computer science, transitions can be represented with these kind of diagrams. The path leads to the goal. This shows your answer. L, E, B. L, E, L, E, B, I, E. E, B, I. So how are we supposed to ignore all of these other letters? Anyways, let's try putting this as the answer. No, this is false. And for some reason the language of the website changed over to German. Okay, let's reload it. You know what's interesting? We probably want to take a look at the German version of this page as well, because it might be slightly different. Yeah, well, I mean the diagram looks the same. So start. L-I-E B. I mean, could it be this four-letter word? No. Okay, so if you think you know what the answer might be, let us know in the chat, because I don't quite understand how to follow the chart. Well, I mean, I think I know how to follow the chart, but apparently the answer that I'm getting is not correct. Oh, okay. It also leads to this B, and this B leads to G. Leads to G, leads to I. So if we go here, it's going to be L-I... L-I-E... B... I... E... and then it keeps on going in the circle. So, I mean, there's no end to this. This goes to I, E, B, starts with L. Starts with L. B, G, L, I, E, B, L, E, B, L, E, B, G, L, E, B, G, I, E, B, G, I, E, B, G, I, B, E, L, E, B. Is it this? Okay, this is also not correct. Maybe there's a clue in the text. Okay, let's change this back to English. Sometimes you get the impression that one transition follows another, holiday start, holiday end, solar start, solar ends, and we're in the middle of it. In computer science, transitions can be represented with such diagrams. A path leads to the goal, this shows your answer. L, E, B. Well, we can also go to E after this. B-E-G. Or B-E-N. This is the... Is this the end? This is the end. The end is N. B-E-N. L... L-E-B... E... B-E-N. L... E-E-B... Leb... Be... Leben. Leben? Leben. I mean, Leben sounds like a German word, so that makes sense. Leben is correct. All right. So we just need to find a way to get to the end node. So what do we call this? I mean, I guess this is a general challenge. The concept is follow a flowchart. Method of solve. Look at the chart and find a way to get to the end node, which is N. It's N, right? Here. So the end node with the double circle. The answer is Leben. Okay, let's commit those changes and move on to the next challenge. Okay, so we can do Oracle, we can do Progress Guard 2. Actually, let's do Oracle. Okay, so the next challenge is Oracle. This is challenge number 90. Let's start up that write-up file, that document. So 090 Oracle. So why do we document this stuff? We document this stuff so that we can look back if we want to solve the thing again. And if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So the URL is here. The category, we don't know. The concept, we also don't know. Method of solve. We'll figure that out soon. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. So I feel so much energy from you. I admire people who have such charisma. Unfortunately, my oracle, which I commissioned for this task, does not radiate energy. There is only a period of 15 minutes each day in which the oracle can speak. Talk to the oracle and find the answer. Are we dealing with a chatbot? The oracle is currently preparing mentally. Try again later. What the heck is going on? So this is the link that we're accessing right now, and we need to figure out what is going on here. So we can take a look at the HTTP source for this, and currently preparing mentally. Try again later. So I mean, there's probably some sort of HTTP shenanigans going on here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to send a curl command. Actually, I'm pretty sure for this challenge we don't need to send a cookie along with it. So we're just going to access the website with curl to see what's going on. Is this a redirect? It's not a redirect. This is 200. Okay, so okay. So the Oracle gives us this message. We need to, well, we should probably send a cookie for English. Okay, so what was the name of that cookie? It was called something HTW, like language preference or something. HTW language preference. So we'll just put this cookie in here. Whoops. Okay, so the Oracle is currently receiving spiritual wisdom. Try again later. So there's going to be something in these cookies here, or sorry, in these headers that we need to pay attention to. So path, chal Oracle. Okay, we got user agent here. We got HTW language preference. Okay, so we need to find some way to make the Oracle. I guess we could send some different HTTP methods. So by default we send the get method to this page, but we could try sending some different HTTP methods such as post and make the data blank and see if we get something else. So it says cannot post, so we can't post. How about we try head? Okay, so this doesn't seem to work either. Oracle something something. Well, I mean, where did you get that, Game Boy? Let me know where you got that. Where you got that link. You got it from Burp? Okay, so we sent this off. So if we send it off normally, this is 200. We see the Oracle endpoint over here. I don't see the other fragment. But you saw it in Burp Suite. I wonder where that comes from. Okay, so the other thing we can do is we can take a look at the network to see what resources are requested by this page when you load it up. So we can reload the page, and we got Oracle, and then we've got the HTML document, and I mean, that's it. I don't see anything else. So the other question I have regarding this page is this index.html? This is not index.html. Is this PHP? This is not index.php. Okay, so let's take a look at the challenge description. Unfortunately, my Oracle, which I commissioned for this task, does not radiate energy. There is only a period of 15 minutes each day in which the Oracle can speak. Talk to the Oracle to find out the answer. Okay, so I guess we can take some hints. Okay, so we'll do the first hint. First hint is Let's translate it. Okay, when is the Oracle open? A small script that keeps the page viewed every few minutes. When is the Oracle open? A small script that keeps the page viewed every few minutes can help you find the appropriate time. A script, hold on. Let's take a look at the translation. Okay, so we'll translate from German. Tufacho, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, a small script that calls the page every few minutes can help you find the right time. So a small script. So are we talking about JavaScript, or are we talking about Bash script? Are we talking about something else? Okay, let's put on some new music. Okay, cool. All right, so I guess we're gonna have to do some. Jason, IT Solution, where did you get that link of a picture of lemon juice kiwi challenge? Lemon juice kiwi challenge. Lemon juice kiwi challenge. I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about the YouTube page? If you could be a little bit more specific, then maybe I can answer your question. All right, so we could go ahead and do some fuzzing on this endpoint. I don't know, maybe something like failed to track the picture on Hack the Web. Can you give me the challenge number? Or give me the link. Give me the link for the challenge. And then I can take a look. Okay, so we can try derb on the website here. And we'll see if it finds anything. So we're just doing a directory busting attack. I never thought I would be doing a directory busting attack on this website, but here I am. Okay, and if that doesn't work, then we're going to have to look for maybe like a time endpoint or something else. Hack the Web Lemon Juice Challenge. Lemon juice? Challenge number 5. Okay, let me take a look at the challenge. This one? Okay, where do you get that link of a picture of the lemon juice kiwi challenge? So this is kiwi. I mean, we can copy the image link. So it should be this one right here. Okay, we're not finding anything. Okay, so it says that there's some sort of script that is doing something. We'll do the second. I mean, do we want to do the second hint yet? So Oracle time.html or JS. There's no Oracle time. There's no time.js. Is it a PHP page? Nope. So we're not finding anything so far. let's try using GoBuster. We'll try using GoBuster on this endpoint here. And let's look for txt, php, html, zip back. Probably not zip, probably not back. We'll look for JS scripts, we'll look for HTML pages, PHP pages. Okay, this is probably going to take a really long time. Jason IT Solutions says, I want to solve that challenge. Yeah, I mean, this challenge, we've covered this one already on the stream. Let me get this for you. Just a second. I mean, if you want to solve it yourself, then you're welcome to do it on your own, but we've done this one already. If you want to check it out. I don't see the video where you solved it. Okay, so there's no. If you want to take a look at the write-up, here's the write-up. If you just want to look at the solution, that's where you go. Okay, so we haven't found anything. It's gonna take a while. Okay, so it's I guess we'll take a look here. We'll copy this, we'll take a look at the next translation. Does anyone know when you can consult the Oracle? If you don't want to wait, an educated guess might help. Does anybody know when you can consult the Oracle? So, I mean, it says it's only available for 15 minutes a day, so I'm guessing it's going to be at midnight. So we actually send a date along with our request. So how do we manipulate the date? We can probably manipulate the date like this. So just send a header for date. And we'll put so 000000 and see if this works. Can you control the time of your request like simulated time? Yeah, this is what we're doing right here with the curl request. We're going to send a custom header, which is the date. Let's see if this works. You are speaking to the secretary. Try again later. Okay, so did we send the date? Yeah, we sent a specific date here. I mean, does this actually affect anything? So let's see. How about 15 minutes? Can you guess every 15 minutes or something? I mean, we can try. So 15. Okay, and we can try 30. And we can try 45. Okay, so we're still doing our directory busting here. Let's get another hint. Okay, so I have 15 minutes. I waited 15 minutes, nothing. Did you read the question correctly? The answer doesn't come every 15 minutes, but only once a day for 15 minutes. You have to choose the right time, and if you're unlucky and just miss the oracle, you have to wait about 23 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, so what response did we get? So when we sent 15, it says spiritual wisdom. So this is, I mean, this looks random. How about we set this to 24? Okay. Just an old man. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. So 23, not available. Okay. How about 22? And thank you very much for following Red VR. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are now HackerFrog. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we'll take another hint. Okay, I was pretty lucky with the task. I was able to reach the oracle on my first try. You have to be that lucky. Now I get to write a script and run it for a day. Haha. Brian's, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're still looking for potential directory busting here. No dice. So you know what? Maybe I can look this up online. So Oracle time. Oracle time and dates and times. Okay, so what time is associated with an oracle? Okay, this isn't gonna help us very much. You can write a script that tests every 15 minutes of all the day. I don't know if this is too much for this type of problem. So HTTP, let me look up HTTP request headers. Request header date or time. Okay, the primary HTTP request header related to time is the date header. So the date header is in GMT. Yeah, I mean, we could... Oracle native library didn't go to chat. No, I haven't timed you out, MD explains. Let me see if your message might not have went through, because I don't see it. But we could send a custom time with a script. So how would we do this? We would do this with Python. But how would we do that? So the request header. So nano time dot, oh, okay. HTW time dot py. Not bash. Not bash? I mean, we could also do it with bash, but I'm more familiar with you using Python. So import requests and so Python request library module. Custom header. Okay, it can pass a dictionary containing the header key value pairs to headers parameter of the request method. So custom headers is going to be something. Pass the headers to the request. Okay, and then print out the thing. The weird bug of 1999? Are you talking about that's the Y2K problem. Okay, so if we got some custom headers here, we're just going to the custom header is going to be date. So date equals something. So this is some, it looks kind of like JSON, but this is a dictionary. So the date is going to be, kind of like the Y2K problem. So the date is going to be Are there still machines that are running and vulnerable to Y2K? I mean, most of the machines have been that haven't been affected by Y2K had their code switched over. Okay, so we need to get a URL, we got our custom headers, and then our response. So the URL in question is going to be this one. Custom headers, and response request get URL headers equals custom headers. So all we need to do now is find a way to iterate through all those times. And that 40% of American banks use COBOL. COBOL, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of legacy applications inside of what was it, banks and industrial control systems and stuff. The content is different than the Oracle is thinking. What was the content that it prints out? But if the Oracle has many different responses, it won't work. So the Oracle does have a bunch of different responses. So if we go over here, where are we? Now let's just save this out for now. So it says you're speaking to the secretary, try again later. The Oracle is in deep meditation, try again later. So we could get a list of all these and then add them to the list. And then if we don't get any of these, then print off the message. But this is going to have to wait for another time, because we need to do our lesson. So we got a lesson going on here for the next topic, and we're going to be doing HackerFrogs after school. We're going to be talking about beginners Linux. We'll come back to this next week, and we'll finish off the challenge. So I guess for now, we'll just leave this unsolved. Sarah says, I guess if the response doesn't contain try again later. Does it say try again later every time? Try again later, try again later, try again later. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. You make sure that the response doesn't include try again later. And let's go ahead and switch up our topics. So topic 1 is done, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. Okay, let's set 60 minutes and begin our Linux lesson. Okay, so if you want to join in with us, the this is the link you want to follow. The lesson, yeah, the lesson is going to be an hour or so. So we're going to be doing this for an hour, then we're going to move on to the next topic. So we're going to be doing HackerFrogs After School Linux OS Operations session number 2. So we're going to be learning more about how to use Linux, and this is intended for beginners. If you're not a beginner, you're welcome to join in. If you wanna join in with the lesson, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so let me grab session notes after school. So this is going to be for Linux operations. We'll turn off the music for the lesson, and this is session number 2. Let's begin. Okay, everybody, this is HackerFrogs After School Over the Wire Bandit. Well, this is not Over the Wire Bandit. We're going to be using Try Hack Me today, but I guess I need to update my slides. Okay, so what did we learn in the previous workshop? So this is the second intro to Linux OS Operations workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following Linux commands. So the ls command. The ls command lists the files and directories in the current directory. It can be used with the L argument to output in a list format, and with the A argument to include hidden files and directories in the output. These two arguments can be combined to produce both outputs, for example, / or -la. So if we go into my directory here and I do ls-la like this, we're going to get the contents of the directory in a list format and include hidden files. So we can see all the hidden files here. They all begin with the dot. And we can also see the other files in the directory and a bunch of information about them as well. Okay, so if we give the ls command, it'll give us the output of the contents of the directory. So we also talked about the cat command. So the cat command is also a very common command, and it lists the contents of a file. So the name of the file to be read must be supplied as an argument to the command. For example, cat example.exe. So if we've got a bunch of files in our directory over here, we can read them using the cat command. So I'll just cat the htw.py file here, and we can see the contents by using the cat command with the name of the file we want to read. It's pretty straightforward. So we also learned about the cd command. The cd command stands for change directory, and it changes the current directory to the one specified. The new directory must be supplied as an argument to the command. For example, if we want to enter the downloads directory, we do cd downloads. So if we want to go to the downloads directory, we do cd downloads, and then we're brought to that directory. We do pwd, it'll show us what directory we're currently in. In this case, it's home, the Shy Hat downloads. Okay. We learned about the pwd command. So pwd stands for print working directory or present working directory. It'll basically tell you what directory you're currently in. And it's pretty easy to use. Just type in pwd and enter, and then you will see your directory. So the file command. The file command identifies the type of contents for a specified file. The file name must be supplied as an argument to the file command. So if you use file and then the name of a file, it'll tell you what the contents are. So if I go over here, I've got my PNG file over here. So I'll do file with 11 something something something.png. It says it's a PNG image data file and a bunch of other stuff about it as well. So if I do file on challenge.py, it'll say it's a Python script. So this is a very handy command you can use to find out what's inside a file without actually opening up the file. So let's continue where we left off. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the PicoCTF website to learn more about Linux by solving some challenges. So what we're going to do first is we're going to log into the PicoCTF website. So if you don't have an account at PicoCTF, you can make one by going over here. After you make your account, log into the account, and then what we're going to do first is we're going to open up our web shell. So the web shell is a Linux virtual machine, a web-based Linux virtual machine that we can use to solve challenges. So what you want to do is after you've logged into the website, you click on the practice button over here. And then after you press the practice button, you're going to see the web shell button. The web shell button is going to be on the right-hand side of the screen. It's going to be labeled web shell. Click on it. And it should log you into the web shell. So like I said, the web shell is a Linux machine, but what we can do is we can make it bigger. We can make it bigger so that it takes up the entire screen by clicking on this button over here after the web shell is open. So there's a help button over here, and beside the help button is a button labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. You want to click on that, and then you should see that your web shell is going to be put in its own browser tab. This is exactly what we want. So another thing that's very handy when you're using the web shell is that you can resize the text. So if the text is too small, if the text is too big, what you can do is you can use the keyboard shortcut to increase the size of the text. Actually, you can go over to the application menu here as well, and then you can fiddle around with the zoom. So the zoom, you can set it to something lower, or you can set it to something higher. So just make sure that the text is right for you, and then go ahead and click on this again. Anytime you want to clear the screen inside the terminal, you just type the word clear and then hit the enter key, and that'll reset the terminal. So I see here we've got some stuff in here. Let me do a little bit of cleanup in here first. So I'm just deleting some files. Okay, so the only file that we want in here is this readme.txt file. And let's go ahead and start our challenge. Where are we? Here? Okay. So we're going to be covering this challenge first. So remember, I sent you a link to all the challenges for today. It's on this GitHub page. Okay, so we're doing this one, first find. So we're just going to navigate over here, and this is going to let us have access to the challenge. So the challenge we're going to be solving first to learn about Linux is first find. So the description says, unzip this archive and find the file named ubersecret.txt. So we've got a link to download the zip file. So what I want you to do is, Amin, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a little Linux lesson, but why don't you have a Nyancat? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the first find challenge over here, it's got a link that says download zip file. What I want you to do is I want you to right click, and then I want you to select copy link. So right click on the link, then select copy link, then go over to your web shell. In the web shell, if you don't put in a command in your web shell for a little bit, it will disconnect you, but you can press the enter key to reconnect to the web shell. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to use the wget command to download the zip file. So just type in wget and then space, and then right click and select paste. That'll paste in the file address for the zip file. So after that, hit enter, and you're going to download that zip file. Okay, so after the file has finished downloading, type ls, and you should see files.zip in your current directory. So everybody, if you're following along and you've managed to download the file, please type in the chat, I downloaded the thing, smiley face. So if you want the full command to download the file, this is it right here. Okay, so the next thing we want to do after we download the file is we want to unzip the file. So a zip file has a bunch of other files inside of it, and we can unzip the file very easily by giving the unzip command. So just type in unzip space and then the name of the file. So it's files.zip. After that, hit the enter key, and that's going to unzip all the files over here. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different directories that have been unzipped, and after you finish unzipping the files, you're going to see this files directory in your current directory here, and we're going to figure out how to find the file that we're looking for. Remember that inside the challenge, it says unzip this archive and find the file named ubersecret.txt. So this is the name of the file we're looking for, and we're going to learn about a command we can use to find specific files in the Linux file system. Let's talk a little bit about this. Okay, so when solving challenges in the web shell, it's useful to create new directories and work within them to keep the rest of the file system organized. To do so, we'll use the mkdir command. So this is very useful most of the time when you want to keep your file system organized. So I'm in the temp directory here, and I can make a directory to work inside of. So say I'm working with the first find challenge, so I'll make a directory called first find, and then I'll enter that directory. That directory is empty, and then we can work inside of here. But in this case, we don't necessarily need to be making directories because we just we delete the files as we go. So the make directory command is used to create new directories in the current directory. The syntax for the command is as follows. So it's make mkdir and then the new directory name. For example, make dir first find. So the whoami command is used to return the name of the account that is currently being used. So this is pretty commonly used if you forget which user account you're using. So here, let me clear the screen. If I type whoami, I am the Shy Hat, that's my user account. If you go over to the web shell and type in whoami, it'll tell you your user account name. So here I am the Shy Hat picoctf. So your username on picoctf should be your username -picoctf as well. Let me put this over here. Okay, so who am I? That's it's a pretty easy command to use, and this is the command we're going to be focusing on for this exercise. So the find command. So the find command allows a search of files or directories in the file system and matches files in the output according to the criteria provided by the command arguments. So Gameboy says, what's the challenge? Let me get the challenge for you. This is the challenge here. It shouldn't be difficult for you, Gameboy. This is a beginner level challenge. So the argument we're going to be using with the find command is going to be the name argument, which is going to search by the name of the file. So if you do -name and then a name, it'll search for files in the system that are named that exact thing. Amin Fatah says, solved it. Great, awesome. I'm just going to work through the rest of the challenge so that people can understand better. Okay, so the find command, we need to run it like this. So we need to type in find and then the dot. The dot means the location that's going to be searched. The dot in Linux means the current directory. And then we're going to specify that we want to look for the file by name. And then we're going to specify ubersecret.txt. So, okay, let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go back to the web shell. We're going to find in the current directory, according to the name, ubersecret.txt. So we're looking in the current directory by name, any file named uber-secret.txt. So when we run this, it'll tell us that this is the file path where there's the ubersecret.txt file. So it's in the files directory, in the adequate books directory, more books directory, .secret directory, deeper secrets directory, deepest secrets directory, ubersecret.txt. So what we can do is we can just copy this file path over here. So just highlight it, select copy, and then we can use the cat command to read it. So cat space, and then paste in the file path here, and then hit enter. And this is going to get you your flag. So everybody, if you manage to get the flag, please type in, I got the flag, smiley face, just like that. Okay, and that's the end of the challenge. So we used the find command to look inside the current directory to look for some stuff. The current directory changes depending on where you are. So for example, we're in the home Shyhat picoctf directory. If we wanted to look in the entire file system, we would do find / to look for the entire file system. In this case, it's not necessary. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy the flag, then go back to the challenge. In the challenge description, we're going to paste in the flag and click on Submit Flag. And it should say you solved the challenge. Okay, so let's continue learning about some commands over here. So the next command we're going to learn is the rm command. So to keep our picoctf web shell home directory clean, and because we're only allowed a certain amount of disk space, we should delete our challenge directories after we're done solving the challenge. So we can do so with the rm command. And Highbrow, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so the syntax for the rm command is as follows. So you just do rm and then the file name, and that's going to delete the file. But deleting directories requires the use of the -r flag. So if you want to delete directories using the rm command, you have to do rm-r and then the name of the directory. So we can do this right now. We're just going to, oh, not here, in the web shell. So in the web shell, there's this files directory. This is where all of the stuff was, and we want to delete it. Highbrow says, are you running Linux? Yeah, we're doing a lesson on how to use Linux right now. So we're using Linux inside of a virtual machine over here, and we want to delete this files directory. So what we're going to do is we're going to give this command. So rm-r files. So first we'll try doing it without the -r. We're going to say cannot remove files is a directory. So if we run the same command, but we give the -r, it'll let us delete the directory. So after that, we see that the directory is gone, and we're going to delete the files.zip file as well. So just rm files.zip, and now that stuff is gone. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do another challenge to learn more about Linux. Okay, so Highbrow says, please teach blind SQL injection. So blind SQL injection is not on the docket today. We are going to be doing some Linux stuff later. Sorry, some SQL stuff later. It's not going to be blind SQL injection. If you want to learn about blind SQL injection, I can recommend a room for you on Try Hack Me. Let's see if I can find it for you really quick. Okay, we're looking for those free rooms for SQL injection. Yeah, this one right here. So if you want to learn about SQL injection, blind SQL injection, this is the room you want to look for in Try Hack Me. But I need to get back to the lesson. Okay, so we're going to do the first grep challenge. So in addition to looking for files, we can also look for file contents. And we're going to be doing that over at the following challenge. Where is it? Here. Okay, so first grep, let me grab that link. Okay. Okay, so this is the first grep challenge. The description says, can you find the flag in file? This would be really tedious to look through manually. Something tells me there is a better way. Okay, so there's a file over here that's a link. So what you want to do is you want to highlight the link and then right-click on it, copy the link. After you do that, we're going to go over to our web shell. In the web shell, we're going to download the file. So just like the last challenge, we're going to wget and then space. And then we're going to paste in the file, the file address. Highbrow asks, how long do you think I can get my first bounty if I learn for 2 hours a day? If you learn for 2 hours a day, what do you know already? Okay, so let's see. Game Boy wants the link. There's the link right there. Okay, so after you've pasted in the link with wget over here, you can download the file, and then after you download the file, you can see file in here. So this is just a single file. If we run file on file, it says it's ASCII text with very long lines. Okay, we've got an ad on Twitch right now, so we'll run one on YouTube, and we're going to put on some birds. So every time there's an ad break on Twitch, I need to take a little ad break on YouTube, and we put on the bird videos. So here are some birds. They're having a lot of fun. I just need to take a little water break while the ads are going on. So we'll be back in about 60 seconds. So Highbrown asks one more time, how long do you think I can get my first bounty if I learn for 2 hours a day? So Highbrown, I asked you before, what do you already know? So if you tell me what you already know about web app hacking, then I can answer your question, because I don't know what you already know. And just answering without knowing what you already know, I can't answer that question. Highbrow says, I know IDOR, SQL, and some XSS. How long do you think it would take to get your first bounty if you learn for 2 hours a day? So 2 hours a day, I'm going to guess somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 months, so like half a year. That's my guess. It's not, these kind of estimations are not very good, because it really depends on a bunch of different factors. But if you focus in on one or two types of vulnerabilities, then it's going to be a lot easier. Because if you try to learn everything before you go into bug bounty, it's going to take a really long time. Okay, so let's continue the lesson. So we got the file over here. If we just read the file with the cat command, you're going to see a lot of garbage over here. And if we're trying to look for a flag inside of here, it's going to be very hard. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to use a command to look for a specific pattern inside of the file. And let's talk about that. Justin Oldman, thank you very much for the emote. And Highbrow says, so you think I should just start looking for what I already know? I mean, it's hard to say, but find out which vulnerabilities you're good at finding, and then become a specialist in looking for those vulnerabilities. That's one strategy that can work when you're doing bug bounty stuff. So just become a specialist at one type of vulnerabilities, for example, cross-site scripting, or file upload vulnerabilities, or login page vulnerabilities, and just become really good at looking for those vulnerabilities. Okay, so we're talking about the grep command. So the grep command searches within the contents of files for specified strings. It is very commonly used to pick out specific words or phrases. So I'm going to say that the grep command is very, very commonly used when you're using the Linux terminal, and we'll demonstrate why. So when we use the grep command, so the first part of the command is the command itself, so grep, and then you look for the pattern to search for in the file or directory, and the last thing that you provide is the file to be searched. So if we grep pico file, we'll look for instance of the string pico in the file here. So the reason why we're looking for pico is all of the pico CTF flags begin with the word pico. So if we look for this pattern inside of the file, we should be able to find the flag. So let's go ahead and try that. So, where are we? We're over here. So for example, we got a file over here. We're going to try grep. We're going to try looking for the letter A. So let's just pretend we're looking for the letter A, and we look inside the file. It's going to highlight all the instances of the letter A over here, and but this isn't what we're looking for. So what we're actually looking for is the pico CTF flag that begins with the word pico. So grep pico with the file. So grep pico file. And then we find the flag. So pico CTF grep is good to find things. Okay, so we just need to copy the flag, and we can submit it and complete the challenge. So everybody, if you're following along and you manage to grep out this word pico CTF, let us know by typing in the chat. I grepped. I grepped it. Amin Fatah, thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit this flag and finish the challenge. Grepped it. Great. Where are we? Here. So in the challenge description, we just need to paste in the flag and then click on Submit Flag. And we're done. So if you have any questions about any of the commands that we used today, let us know in the chat. I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. I won't call myself a Linux master. I have been using Linux for a few years now, and I use it every day. So there's most of the regular user operations I know how to do. Okay, so let's move on to the next challenge. You can use grep or find. You can use grep or find. I'm pretty sure you can use grep for sure. I'm not too sure about find. Okay, so we're going to do another challenge to strengthen our skills. So this is going to be very similar to the previous challenges, and this one is called Big Zip. So let me get that challenge link. Here it is. Okay, let's access the challenge. All right, so the challenge here is called Big Zip. It says unzip this archive and find the flag. Unzip this archive and find the flag. There is a link. So what we're going to do, Game Boy says the funny part is using the nano file. I mean, nano's a text editor. I guess you could look for stuff inside the nano text editor. That's not how I typically use it. Okay, so let's copy that link. And before we go in, Game Boy suggests that we sick in the mind. Hello, we're learning how to use grep and find today in our lesson. Sick in the mind. Not necessarily stuff that you need a refresher in. When you do, it could show the flag. It could show the flag. I mean, we could use nano. So nano text editor on the file here, and that's funny. It's exactly the second line if you look at it in the nano text editor. That's kind of weird. Anyways, let's so we're done with this file now. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete the file. So we can delete the file with the rm command. So make sure to delete files when you're done using them to keep your directories nice and clean. Native Linux tools are vital. That's true. That's true. Easy mode. Easy mode. Well, I mean, we should learn how to use grep because it is a very handy tool. Okay, so where are we? We're looking at the Big Zip challenge. So we're going to copy the link. And I guess I can give everybody the link here. And we can download it. So downloading using the terminal is very easy. So it's just wget and then the file address. So give that command. It'll download the big zip file. And then after you're done, you've got this zip file here. So like the first challenge that we used, Jonah says grep is a super OP tool. It is very nice. It's a very nice tool. So to unzip this, you just need to use the unzip command. So unzip zipfiles.zip. So remember, everybody, if you start typing out a long file name, you can hit the tab key on your keyboard to autocomplete the file name. So it's a very handy thing to do, and we were doing it in the previous lesson as well. So when we unzip the zip file, there's a lot of files in here, a lot of files, a lot of directories. And what we need to do now is we need to find the flag in this list of big zip files. This isn't something we're necessarily learning today, but we can use the tree. You can use the tree command to get a list of the directories and which directories are inside them. Oh, there's no tree command. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're not using tree. Anyways, if we, let's see, we do the ls command on big zip files, it'll show you the contents of the directory. So there's a bunch of text files, there's a bunch of other directories in here as well, and we need to find some way to find the flag. So how are we going to do this? If you have a suggestion, let us know in the chat. So like the previous challenges, we could try using find, we could try using grep. The challenge itself says unzip the archive and find the flag. So if we wanted to look at a little tip here, it says, can grep be instructed to look in every file in a directory and its subdirectories? So we're actually going to be using grep to look inside of every file in the directory. So let's talk about how we're going to do that. Okay, let's go over to the presentation. Okay, so we're going to be, me and Fatah, we're going to be doing grep R. So grep R is running grep recursively. So grep can also be used to search inside of all of the files in a directory, in all the directories in those directories. This is called recursion. We just need to use the -r flag. So if we did grep -r for recursive, we look for the pattern pico, and we look in the current directory and all of the other subdirectories. So this looks in the current directory and all the directories underneath for the pattern pico. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's see, in here, so let's see, we run grep -r pico, then dot. Dot means the current directory. So because it's recursive, it'll also look in all the other subdirectories as well. So when we run this, we're going to see the word pico. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Because I've got a lot of history in here, I'm going to go into the big zip files directory first. Okay, so this should be, I'll run it inside of this directory and it should work better. Okay, so we found a match when we ran the grep command recursively, and it says picoctf grep is magic. So if you manage to find the flag using grep, let us know in the chat by typing in grep is magic, smiley face. If you have any questions about any of the methods we used to solve these challenges, let us know. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. So the grep command looked in all the files in here. It also looked in all of the directories in here, and it looked for the pattern. So the pattern was pico, of course. And we could make this more specific, not just pico. We could make it picoctf, and we basically find the same kind of thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit the flag. So we'll copy the flag. Grep is magic, it sure is. Okay, and then back at the challenge, click on submit flag, then we're done. Okay, I think we've got one more challenge we're going to be covering today, and it's going to be over here. It's called the Magikarp Ground Mission. Let me copy the link. Here you go. Okay, so here what we're going to do is we're going to be using the SSH command to remotely log into another machine. So we did this once in the previous lesson, but we're going to be trying it again because, well, SSH is a pretty popular program we use to log into other machines, and we'll talk about how to do that again. Okay, so the Magikarp Ground Mission Challenge. So we're going to wrap up today's lesson by solving a challenge that will test our file system navigation skills. We're going to use the ls command, we're going to use the cd command, we're going to be using all sorts of commands. Okay, but before we start the challenge, I'm going to talk about a couple of concepts inside of Linux first. So the first thing we're going to be talking about is the home directory. So each user on a Linux system has a space where they can store their personal files. So it's located at the following location, /home/username. So for example, home, the Shy-Hat. So the Shy-Hat user's home directory is located in home/Shy-Hat. And if we take a look over here, we go to the home directory for the Shy-Hat user. Who am I, the Shy-Hat? And print working directory. We're in home, the Shy-Hat. So if we just go to the home directory, so cd home, we can see all of the users' home directories. In this case, there's only one user, so it's just going to be the Shy-Hat. If there's multiple users, you'll see all of the users' home directories. So the Shy-Hat and any other users that are on the system. So fun refreshing the memory. Well, I mean, we all have to use the basics. Okay, so we'll also talk about the top level directory. So the top level directory of a Linux system is the / directory. So this is where all of the other directories and files are in the system. So it can also be called the root directory, which can be confusing since there's another directory called the root directory. So when we talk about the top level directory, the / directory, if we cd to the / directory, print working directory at /, we're going to see all of the other directories in here. So the bin directory, dev, home. This is basically the top level directory of the entire file system. And all of the other directories are underneath this. So if we do tree, okay. Okay, so if you use the tree command, we're not really talking too much about the tree command. It basically shows you a list of all the other directories and files that are according to what's in the current directory. So in the bin directory, there are these files. In the boot directory, there are these files, and so on and so on. So you can think of the file structure of a Linux system as kind of like a tree. So a file tree, or just a bunch of directories. Okay, so that's the top level directory, and we have to talk about one more thing. Okay, we don't have to talk about one more thing. Let's go ahead and start the challenge. So this is the Magikarp ground mission challenge. The description says, do you know how to move between directories and read files on the shell? Start the container, SSH to it, and then ls once connected to begin. Log in via SSH as CTF player with the password this. Okay, so for this challenge, what we need to do is we need to start up a container. We need to start up a virtual machine to interact with. So go ahead and click on the blue Launch Instance button here. That's going to launch the challenge instance, and then after it's done, you're going to see this here. So challenge endpoints, SSH, and they give you a command that you can use to log in. So what you should do is you should copy the entire command over here, this SSH command, copy it, and then go over to your web shell. So in the web shell, we're going to move back to our home directory. So cd by itself. And before we start the challenge, we're going to delete these files here because we don't want them to clutter up our file system. So rm bigzipfiles.zip and rm-r on bigzip files. So the reason why we need to use -r in this case is because this is a directory and you need to use rm with the -r to delete directories. Okay, and after that, we've got a nice clean file system. So we're just going to paste in our command over, oh no, we need to get the command again. Okay. In here, we're going to copy this SSH command, and then go to your web shell, paste in the SSH command here. So what this is doing is it's using the SSH command to log into another computer. So the other computer is venus.picoctf.net, and we're using this user account, ctf-player. We're going to connect to this port right here. It's going to ask if you want to continue connecting. The answer is yes. By the way, you're a great teacher. Thank you very much, Game Boy. Okay, and we need to supply the password. So the password, we can go back to the challenge, and we see that the password is this thing over here. We can just copy it, then go back to the web shell, and then paste in the password. When you paste in the password, you won't see anything. This is normal. Just hit enter, and you should be logged into the challenge now. So everybody, if you managed to successfully log in using SSH, let us know in the chat by typing in I logged in smiley face. So it should say picoctf player at picochal over here on the prompt. Okay, I'm just going to take a little bit of water. Be back in about 10 seconds. Okay, so we're in the system now, and we're logged in as a CTF player. So we see here that there is a one of 3 flag.txt and instructions to 2 of 3.txt. So there's 2 text files in the current directory. So ls will let you know what's in the current directory, and ls-la is going to put it in a list form and also reveal hidden files. So we want to read the one of 3 flag.txt file here. So just use cat one of 3.flag.txt, and we've got the first part of the flag. So we can copy this, then we can put it somewhere. So the easiest place to put this is in the challenge itself. So in the challenge, go down to the bottom, and in the flag submission field, we're going to paste in this first part of the flag. There's going to be 3 parts of this flag. Let's go back to the web shell and read these instructions. So to read the instructions, we just need to use the cat command again. So cat instructions to 203.txt. Okay, so it says, next go to the root of all things, more succinctly, /. So we talked about the top level directory. If we use cd space /, it'll bring us to the top level directory. So go ahead and do that. When you do pwd to show your current directory, it should just say / over here. And we can do ls to see what's in the directory. So we've got all of our typical Linux directories in here. There are 2 text files. There's 2of3flag.txt and instructions to 3of3.txt. So you can just cat out 2of3flag.txt. This is the second part of the flag. So we're just going to copy this part. We're going to go back to the challenge, and in the flag submission field, we're going to paste in the second part of the flag. So now we've got 2 parts of the flag, and we're going to go back to the web shell. Okay, so we're just going to read this last instructions over here. Cat instructions to 3of3.txt. It's going to say, lastly, CTF player, go home. More succinctly, tilde. So there's 2 ways we can access the home directory. So we can do cd by itself. So just give the cd command and hit enter, and it'll tell you that you're in the home CTF player directory. So the other way to do it is to, in Linux, the tilde refers to the user's home directory. So we can cd space tilde, and tilde is the key. It's usually directly underneath the escape key on your keyboard. And if you cd to that directory, that also takes you to the home of your user. So what we can do now is, let's take a look at what's in this directory. So we got the drop-in directory. We've got the 3of3flag.txt, and let's go ahead and read that. Okay, so this is going to be a bunch of random numbers and letters. So this is going to be different for each person. And just read that, and then, well, we can go back to the challenge. We can paste it on. So this is the complete flag. So just keep in mind that the end of the flag is going to be different for each user. So you're not going to be able to use my flag. You got to use your own flag. Anyways, paste in the complete flag, click on submit flag, and then you're finished. So you're going to see in your web shell that the web shell is going to kick you out. So you're not going to be connected to the remote server anymore. You're going to be on the regular web shell. Okay. Game Boy, did you use my flag? You're not supposed to use my flag. You're supposed to use your own flag. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what we learned in today's lesson. Okay, let's review the Linux commands we learned in today's workshop. So the find command. So the find command is used to search for files on the system. It can be used for many different arguments. It can be used with many different arguments and flags to refine the search parameters. So the easiest thing you can do with the find command is to just look for files with a certain name. We learned about the whoami command. The whoami command is used to return the name of the user account currently being used. We learned about the rm command, which is used to delete files or directories. but deleting directories requires the use of the -r flag. We learned about the grep command. The grep command searches within the contents of files for specified strings. It is very commonly used to pick out specific words or phrases. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Linux OS workshop, we're going to keep learning about the Linux OS using the Pico CTF platform. So if we do a little sneak peek and see what we're going to be dealing with in the next lesson, let's take a look. Okay, so we're going to be using, we're going to be doing piping. Yeah, okay. So we're going to be learning a bunch of miscellaneous stuff, including recursion, and we're also going to be learning about piping. So piping is a very vital tool when you're using Linux, and yeah, so stay tuned for that. So Tux says, I'm interested in the IT field. I'm in 9th grade. I'm going to trade school for it soon. Joining the IT field. So Tux, hello, nice to see you here. So we've got a little bit of time, and if you want to learn about IT, if you want to learn about computer stuff, I've got a starter pack for you. So we got a bunch of YouTube playlists here, and the first 2 playlists, they talk about technology in general. They just talk about a lot of different technology topics. It's a good starter for learning about tech and computer stuff. So Tux also asked about what are you working on right now? So we were just talking about how to use Linux, and if you want to, you can go back to the beginning of the VOD, and you can join in with us. We talked a lot about how to use Linux. And yeah, so the first 2 are for IT basics. The third one is for computer networking. And computer networking is another really important thing you have to learn if you want to get into tech. And the last playlist there is easy CTF challenges. They're basically little technology challenges that you can teach yourself, and it helps you get into cybersecurity as well if that's what you really want to do. Okay, so let's keep on playing our music. Nice. And let's talk about what we're going to be doing next. So we're going to be doing a challenge over at the Vulnyx platform. This is a cybersecurity education platform where you can download virtual machines and then do hacking against them. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so I'll run them on YouTube. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. But in the meantime, check out these birds. Alright, be back in just a second. Sarah says, "Man see bird, man happy." I mean, you don't have to be a man. You can be a woman as well. But yeah, I mean, I love watching the birds. I love feeding the birds. It's fun to see them enjoying their lives. Let's go ahead and move on to the next topic. All right, so we're going to be doing a demonstration on how to hack this machine over here. It's called Friends. It's an easy level challenge from the Vulnyx CTF platform, and we'll talk about how to do some common hacking techniques. So just a second, I need to start up the virtual machine that's associated with the challenge. Just a second. And let me go ahead and reset the clock. I'm pretty sure we won't need an hour to do this challenge, but Sarah says, do you have a fixed time for your lives? We generally go for about 5.5 hours. We try not to go too much beyond 6 hours, but it's usually around that kind of length. Okay, so there's a virtual machine that we're deploying to our network here. I've got it running right here. So we've got the IP address for the challenge. We're going to be using... Oh, Sarah is asking about the schedule. Yeah, we've got a schedule. It's over here at the HackerFrogs Reddit. So we stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we usually try to stick to our topics so that people know what's going to be going on any given stream. Okay, so before we start, let me close out some of these tabs, because if there are too many tabs open, it makes me a little bit uncomfortable. VirtualBox. Yeah, we use VirtualBox for our virtual machines over here. So I actually have 2 virtual machines running right now. So the machine I'm currently using is a virtual machine. This is a Kali Linux virtual machine. It's a Linux distribution with a bunch of different cybersecurity tools on it, and we're going to be using it to complete this challenge. So let's go ahead and start the challenge. Actually, before we do that, I'm going to make sure that everything is reset. Okay. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Friends CTF machine over at Vulnyx.com. So Friends is a easy level box, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be demonstrating how to hack the machine and get full access to it. So the first thing we want to do is we want to locate the machine on the network. So I've got my virtual machine over here, and the convenient thing about these Vulnyx boxes is that most of them will display the IP address that they're using. So the IP address for this box is 192.168.2.129, and that's the IP address we're going to be hacking against. So the first thing we typically do when we do one of these CTF box challenges is we use an Nmap scan to scan the box. So the Nmap scan is going to let us know what ports and services are available on this remote server. And it should also give you insight as to that's funny. These ports shouldn't be open. Let me check my notes. I don't know why it's telling me that there are all these other ports open. Because the last time I did this challenge, there were only 3 ports open. Jason 19 Solutions says, any options if I don't have an installed box? Let's talk about that. So if you don't have the box installed, if you don't have access to VirtualBox or VMware, then I mean you could watch the demonstration and try to pick up some. You could try to pick up some tips from the demonstration alone, but it's better to follow along with the tutorial. If you don't know how to install VirtualBox and Kali Linux on your own system, I've got a video for that you can follow along with. Here's the link. Okay, so the scan should be coming back in just a second. So the 3 ports that are actually open on the system, I don't know why it's reporting all these other ports, are port 22, port 80, and port 3306. And we're going to talk about that in just a second. So we'll do another scan. We're going to scan just those ports. 22, 80, and 3306. Saro says, is it important to use a virtual machine on this practice because I have a weak machine? Is it important to use a virtual machine? So you should be using a virtual machine for the box that you're going to be attacking. So if you're doing the Friends challenge, you should be using a virtual machine for the Friends box. Whether or not you want to use a virtual machine for your attacker machine, that's entirely up to you. I would recommend it because if you're learning cybersecurity, you definitely want to learn using a virtual machine, because if something goes wrong with your attacker box, then you can reset it. Okay, so we've got 3 ports open on the system. There's port 22, which is the remote login port, SSH, and we've got a software version that's being used over here. So this software, sometimes the software version of SSH is attackable. Most of the time it's not. You just need to check, and after a while you'll get a sense for what is a current version of the OpenSSH and what is not. There's port 80 open as well, so this is unencrypted web pages. We could look here for more information about how to attack the system. And there's port 3306. So 3306 is associated with SQL or databases, and in this case it's running a version of MariaDB, which is a fork of MySQL. We're going to be talking about how to hack the SQL system in a little bit later in this exercise. So the first thing we want to do is we want to... Frackery, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go to the web page. So we can get the IP address. Where is it, Ian? It is this. So after we have the IP address here, we're just going to navigate inside of the web browser to the HTTP for this web page. So we see here that we got these 2 guys. So if you don't know who these 2 guys are, we could always do a Google image search to figure out what this is. And Sick in the Mind says it's Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, but for people who don't know the characters, you can always copy the link and then download it to your machine. Cannot write. Oh, cannot write. Okay, I'm in the wrong directory. Okay, and then what we can do is we can do a little Google image search. So here, we're going to go to google.com, and then we can click on search by image, and then we can upload a file. We'll upload from the temp directory, and it should be able to identify who these, what this is. Okay, and then we will scroll down. Okay, so related searches, Butthead Beavis. So this is Beavis and Butthead. This is a cartoon series from the late 90s. And what we're going to do is we're going to add these 2 as users, potential users for the system. So we're going to go over to here, and nano users.txt. We're going to add Beavis and Butthead. Late 80s, early 90s. Frackery, was it really around in the late 80s? I could have sworn it was like 90s and early 2000s. I mean, it's pretty much a well, I mean, early MTV, if I recall correctly. Yeah. I mean, we could pretty easily look this up on like Wikipedia. Not that this has anything to do with the challenge. Okay, so this ran from. It should tell you for. Oh, they did a revival, huh? The original series ended in 1997. Yeah. Okay. So it was like it was a 90s thing. Anyways, let's. This is not the point. The point is that we've identified some potential users on the system, Beavis and Butthead. Mike judges Beavis and Butthead. It's hilarious. I haven't seen any of it. I think Gwar has a feature on the show as well. No matter it was the video game. I mean, don't know too much about the series. Okay, what are we doing next? So now that we've got some users, we could start doing some attacks. So the actual method of getting access to the machine is going to be some brute force attacks. We're going to be brute forcing, but we're not going to be brute forcing on SSH, which is the typical way we brute force. We're going to be brute forcing for SQL, MySQL. And if we're able to get a valid user for the MySQL system, then we can do some further hacking using MySQL. So this is the command we're going to use over here. So we're going to go to our brute forcing tab, and we're going to use ncrack. We're going to use ncrack to brute force the MySQL service. Ncrack is it's an older brute forcing tool, but sometimes it's a better tool to use than the typical tool we use, which is Hydra. So we're going to use ncrack. We're going to check against the passwords for Beavis and Butthead, and we're going to use the rocky.txt list to try to brute force a password. So rocky.txt has 14 million passwords. And we find a pair of valid credentials on the MySQL system, Beavis and Rock and Roll. So now that we have this set of credentials, we can log in using MySQL. So we're going to do that over here. And we're going to use this command to log into the MySQL system. So MySQL, user Beavis, host the IP address, port 3306, and then we're going to log in with a password. We're going to do SSL verify server cert off because MySQL usually likes to have a security certificate, but in this case there's no security certificate. We need to give this argument here to not use a security certificate. Okay, it's going to ask us for the password. We know that the password is rock and roll. Sick of the Mind says most CTF labs aren't going to use a certificate. I mean, there's a reason why most of the CTF labs run HTTP and not HTTPS, because setting up self-signed certificates for HTTPS is a bit of a pain in the butt. Sick of the Man says you won't see certificates unless it's a regulated environment, 90% of the time at least. Yeah. Most of the time when you're doing these CTFs, you're not going to see security certificates, but it is good to know that there's a difference between using it and not. Okay, so we're logged into MariaDB. And because we're logged into MariaDB, we can do some enumeration on the current user. So let's talk about how to hack using let's talk about how to hack using SQL. So I've got a little file here. Where is it? For Vulnyx. Second of mine says, by the way, admins do this on purpose. MariaDB defaults to local users only. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is friends.pdf. Okay, so now that we're on the SQL system as the Beavis user, what we can do is we can check SQL user permissions. We can check our user's SQL permissions, specifically if we can read or write system files. So we give this command over here, show grants, and it'll tell you what kind of privileges you have on the system. So we just type in show grants. So because this is SQL, you have to terminate everything with a semicolon. And it says grant all privileges to Beavis. So all privileges means that we can do all of the SQL commands, and we can run them on any database and any table as the Beavis user. So basically, this lets us know that the Beavis user is basically an admin user on the MySQL system. And if this is true, we can do some other shenanigans. So we have all privileges on the system, so we can both read and write system files. So how do we read these system files? So one good target for SQL file read is the PHP web pages, since it allows us to read the PHP code within those pages. So we know that on the web application, this is our index.php page. So because this is PHP, we don't actually see all of the code inside of this file. We only see the HTML. We don't see the PHP code, but we can read the PHP code by using the MySQL system. So this is how we do it. We give this command right here. So select load file. So this is the load file is a function, and we need to provide the file that we want to read as the argument. So this is the typical web root directory on the server for index.php, which we know is in the web root. And if we read the file, we see not only the HTML, which is over here, but we also see the PHP code. So the PHP code references a directory. So we know it's a directory because it's got a slash in front over here. What we can do is we can check out this directory as well. So we can copy this. It says, for more rock and roll, visit this directory. So over here, we can paste in the new directory. And we got this. So these guys over here. So this is just some cosmetics. What we really need to do is we need to do some other SQL shenanigans. And let's talk about that. So in the index.php page, we see that there's PHP code that indicates a hidden web directory, which we can enumerate on the app. So this directory right here, we'll talk a little bit about writing system files. So in CTFs, if we have write access with an SQL account, a common way to gain initial access is to write a web shell file to the application, but here we can't. So what we would typically do is we would use a specific SQL command to create a file. Let me demonstrate that. So it's going to look something like this. So what we would instinctually do is we would put it in the web root. Let's get that command. Time to reverse the shell. In a bit we will get a reverse shell, but first what we're going to do is we're going to try this. So we're going to give this command to create a web shell. So I'll just call this shell.php. So select this file contents. So this file contents is a PHP web shell. So the web shell is basically going to let us run PHP commands to run system commands through this URL parameter, which is C. And we're going to turn it into a file in this location right here, var www html shell.php. What this should do is it should create a web shell file in the web directory root. But we get permission denied. And the reason we get permission denied is because our user, Chema Na'alta, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You are now HackerFrog. Let's give you some Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so the reason we can't write the web shell here is because our user doesn't have access to the web root. But there's another directory that we discovered which we could try instead. And the other directory is the Metallica directory over here. Where is it? Here. So I'm just going to grab this, and we're going to try writing to this directory instead, because it's another directory, and it could have modified user permissions. Vincius Alves dos Santos, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. You're now HackerFrog. Welcome to the team. Okay. So instead of the web root, var www.html, we're also going to check the Metallica directory here. And we're going to try to write the shell.php file, the same file that we tried to write to the web root. It says query OK, one row affected. That means we managed to create the file. So to check to see if we actually created the file, we can go over to the web application and we can try to access shell.php. So we go to shell.php, it's blank, and the reason it's blank is because we didn't give any instructions to it. We can give some instructions here by giving the C URL parameter, and we'll type in C equals who am I. So C means command, probably. And we see that when we give this command, the who am I command, we get something back. So it says that we are the www data user, and this is pretty typical for web applications. They run as this user, which means we managed to successfully write a file using the SQL system, and we have remote command execution on the target now. So all we need to do now is we need to get direct access to the box. This is what we're going to do. So on the box here, our IP address for this network is, we don't have an IP address for the network. Okay, so we're just going to get an IP address for the network. Then we're going to, okay, so our IP address for our attacker machine is 192.168.2.123. We're going to use the MSF Venom command to create a reverse shell binary that we're going to execute on the target. When we run this binary on the target, it's going to give us a reverse shell connection. So MSF Venom P for Linux 64-bit shell reverse TCP. The L host is our IP address for the attacker machine. The L port is any port we want, but I typically use 443. E to the 2 IP. I says, what flavor of Linux are you running? So we're running Kali Linux right now because it's got all of the security tools that we like to use. You don't have to use Kali Linux when you're learning about security stuff, of course. But most of the time, for beginners, it's recommended to use Kali Linux because it's got all the tools pre-installed. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this command. We'll call this, let's call it rev. Let's just call this rev, or rev.elf. Okay, so after this is done, we've got rev.elf here. We're going to be uploading this to the target. Frackery says not using Arch. I've got a joke for you. how can you tell that a Linux user uses Arch? If anybody has the answer, let us know in the chat. How do you know a Linux user is using Arch? Frackery says, I use Arch, by the way. Well, that's the answer. The answer is they'll tell you. Amin Fatah asks, what is the meaning of -f elf? So when we run MSF Venom, we need to give a file format for whatever file that we create. In this case, the file format is going to be the elf binary format, which is a Linux binary. So we're going to upload this Linux binary, and then we're going to execute it to get our reverse shell connection. So inside of our localhost services, we're going to host the temporary directory, the temp directory, and then we're going to download it from the victim machine. So we're running an HTTP server from the temp directory here. Frackery says you should try Black Arch someday. I've got a lot of stuff. I've got a lot of stuff that I need to learn, but eventually all that stuff is going to. Inet Solo says they already told you. I guess they already told us. Okay, so we're serving our files over here. We're going to use the reverse shell. Sorry, the web shell over here. We're going to give another command, wget from our attacker machine, 192.168.212.3, and we're going to download rev.elf. We'll give this command. If this is successful, we should see that we have some interaction on our HTTP server. And we downloaded, so we see that the victim machine downloaded the rev.elf file. All we need to do now is we need to create a reverse shell listener, which we're going to do over here. So the reverse shell listener is going to listen for an incoming connection. And we've got it running on port 443. So when we activate the reverse shell binary on the victim machine, it's going to make a connection to our attacker machine, and our listener over here is going to pick it up. So the only thing we need to do now is we need to make the reverse shell binary executable. So chmod 777 on rev.elf. So after we do that, we're going to take a look at the directory. And we're going to see that rev.elf is executable now. So all we need to do now is we need to run this binary, and then we'll get a connection to the machine. Okay, so we're going to execute the binary with this command here, /rev.elf. And then we see that we've got a connection on our reverse shell listener. Okay, so we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. I'm going to take a little break to have a little bit of water. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Okay, we got some silly little birds over here, and all right, let's catch up with chat. So Sarah asks, is the whole hacking operations that you're doing in this session, is this pen testing? I mean, this is pen testing light. This is these are some steps you could do in a pen test, but this is a very gamified environment. So the stuff that you see here isn't necessarily like real life. But there's a lot of stuff that that is similar to what you would do on an actual pen test. Zero Saber, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we've got our connection from the victim machine, and what we're going to do is we're going to we're going to stabilize our shell. Typically when we use Netcat, we don't have a very functional shell. We can upgrade it a little bit by utilizing the system's own Python binary. So there's Python 3 on the box. We're just going to give this command right here to upgrade our shell. So this is going to use Python to run a pseudo terminal, and the pseudo terminal is going to have a little bit more functionality than our current Netcat shell. Okay, so we can see here that we've got a prompt now, which is better than we had before. What we're going to do is we're going to call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we broke into the system. So Scary Hacker Voice Man is a guy that we call in every once in a while, and he talks about how we break into systems.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server. And we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Friends Administrator, it seems like you have weak MySQL credentials. That is a big mistake. We use these weak credentials to break into your MySQL system. And from there, we were able to read system files and write system files to create a reverse shell connection. Maybe you knew about these security flaws on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so Gameboy says that's how Anonymous in the Golden Age looks like. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about Anonymous. That's not the Anonymous mask, by the way. That is the Mr. Robot mask. So so Anonymous people, I'm not copying you. I'm copying Mr. Robot. Okay, so what do we do from here? So we're now on the system, and what we want to do now is we want to do something called privilege escalation. So privilege escalation is basically escalating our privileges from our current user, which is the www data user, to something else. So this is what we're going to do. On the MySQL system, we forgot to do something, we forgot to do a little bit of snooping around on the MySQL system. So, Okay, it looks like I locked up the terminal here. Okay, okay, not locked up. So what we can do is we can use a bunch of MySQL commands to take a look at what's in the database. So we can do this, show databases, and that's going to show us the different databases available. There's a Friends database, information schema, MySQL performance schema. We're going to look in the Friends database. So use Friends, and then we change databases. What we're going to do from here, we're going to take a look at the tables, show tables, and there's a users table in here. So we're going to select all the columns from the users table. Select star from users, and we've got some credentials here. So we got Beavis's credentials, and we have Butthead's credentials. So what we're going to do is we're going to use these credentials to become the other users on the system. So the other users on the system, if we take a look at the etc password file, actually we can take a look at the home directory. If we look at the home directory, we can get a pretty good feel for what other users exist on the system. So in the home directory, there's the Beavis user and the Butthead user. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the credentials that we stole from the database here. So we're going to try to become the Butthead user using the Butthead password. So switch user to Butthead, paste in the password, and now we are the butthead user. So who am I? Butthead. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about privilege escalation here. Where are we? Okay, so privilege escalation 1, captured credentials. So in this exercise, we can use the captured credentials to become the butthead user. We found the credentials inside of the SQL database, and we became the butthead user. So the other thing we can do is we can see if the butthead user has any special permissions with the sudo command. So the sudo command runs as the with the highest level of access. We need to provide the password for butthead. We know it is this. Copy paste. So it says here that the user butthead may run the following commands on friends. So friends is the name of the server. As the root user, with the password, we can run user bin su. So su is the binary that lets you switch users. If you're able to run su as the root user, then you can become the root user with the su command. So this is how you do it. So sudo su, just run sudo su, and because we recently put in our password, we just become the root user using the su command with sudo. So who am I? We are root. Okay, so that second part was, we find that the butthead user can run the su command as root, which means they can become the root user with the su command. So this is how we get total privilege escalation on the target. And we are now root. So we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so if we're the root user, we can waltz into, well, typically on these type of boxes, there are two things that we need to retrieve. So there's going to be a user flag and there's going to be a root flag. So the user flag is usually on the...
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
I mean, Fatah, thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet. Hack the Planet indeed. So the user flag is usually in one of these home directories. So in this case, it's in the Beavis directory here. We're just going to cat it out. We can submit this flag. I think we need to submit these flags on... For Vulnyx, I think we need to submit them on Discord. But yeah, we don't actually get to submit them on the website. But anyways, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to get the root flag to prove that we got root access to the box. So inside of the root directory, there's a bunch of stuff, but there's also root.txt. So if we read root.txt, we get the flag, and that's the end of the exercise. So okay, everybody, let's talk about how we compromise the machine. So just a little recap. So on this machine, we were able to get a user list by going over to the website. So the website here depicts some famous cartoon characters, Beavis and Butthead, and what we did is we created a user list that included these two names. The next thing we did is that we used some brute forcing to brute force these users and get a pair of working credentials on the MySQL service. So we were able to find a working set of credentials, and at that point we were able to use the MySQL database service. So once we were on the database service, we were able to use SQL to read files, and we were able to read a file that gave us access to another directory that we could write to. And then we created a web shell file which we could use to run system commands. So after that, we got reverse shell access by uploading a malicious binary. And after that, we were able to elevate our privileges by using captured credentials and the sudo command. Okay, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Friends Machine from Vulnyx.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so Game Boy says, I'd rather use Hydra than Ncrack. So Hydra is another brute forcing program, and it's pretty good if you have one user. So the problem is this. Let me demonstrate. So I used Ncrack, and the reason I used Ncrack was because there are multiple users. There are multiple users on this system. If I use Hydra to attack this same system, it doesn't work. I'm not too sure why it doesn't work, but when I used Hydra, it didn't work. It might have been because of the way I used Hydra over here, but when I used Hydra on this box, it wasn't able to find the password. Use the medium list. Well, I mean, I was able to use Ncrack and get the thing instantly. So it took less than a second using the same list. So sometimes Ncrack is the better tool, sometimes Hydra is the better tool. But yeah, when there are multiple users, I usually use Ncrack. When there's one user, actually, I should be able to, if we just use Beavis, then you should be able to get the password pretty quick. But if there are multiple users, that becomes a little bit more dicey. Donna asks, RockU is optimized, right? Well, I mean, RockU is only as optimized as the most common passwords are at the top, and the least common passwords are at the bottom. Yeah. So the most common ones are at the top of the list. But for some reason, it could be the way that it attacks. It could be the way that Hydra attacks MySQL as well. Let's see if I include the port number, if it's better. How far is that rock and roll password? Okay, let me do a little bit of an experiment. Okay, we're gonna grep out rock and roll. Okay, so rock and roll is over here. We can use grep with line numbers too, right? Let me look that up really quick. Grep with line numbers. -n, okay. All right, so let's do grep with line numbers. Okay, so rock and roll is 1057 on the list. I wonder why Hydra wasn't able to use it. Grep is the best hacking tool. Well, I mean, it's a really good tool in general, but I guess if you want to call it a hacking tool, yeah, sure. All right, let's, we got about 15 minutes left. I guess what we could do is we could try to create that, that brute forcing list for Hack the Web. So we're looking at a challenge over here that we didn't finish. It was called Oracle. And we needed to write a Python script that that brute forced the date HTTP header. So talk to the Oracle to find an answer. Okay, so we got a URL that we need to communicate with. We need to create a list of all the dates and numbers. It's spoofing. Yeah, we're gonna be spoofing some. Sarah says, I'm currently doing my first CTF on your website, and it's harder than it looks. Which challenge are you looking at? Okay, so we need to find. So what is the date format? We need to populate. We need to populate a list. Date list equals. It's going to be a list of. Well, it's going to be an empty list. We need to create disco. Disco. I mean, that's. I'm pretty sure disco is. Is that the first thing on the list right now? Let me check. YouTube. Let me check the list. Playlists. So the Pico CTF list is over here. Let's take a look at the full list. Okay, opening the web shell. It should be, yeah. Disco should be at the very near the very bottom of the list, actually. Let me check. Disco. Disco 1. Disco. I don't know if that's on the list. Are you talking about Pico CTF? Pico CTS Disco, I don't think it's a super easy challenge. Here. Can you find the flag in this disk image? I don't know if I've done this one. I picked it from the easy website easy section. So, I mean, this is forensics. It's not something super intuitive. I would skip forensic stuff. I would stick to categories like web and general. So why don't you try this link? Why do we have SST? Okay. This is my advice. So use this list over here. Use this list over here. Work down the list. The first few challenges should be really, really easy. So stuff like opening the web shell, super SSH, obedient cat. Just work your way down the list. It should start super easy and get progressively more difficult. And it's going to be a lot easier on you if you do it this way. Okay. So we need to figure out which 15 minutes in the day that the Oracle is open. So we're going to create a list of times. So how do we do that with Python? So the date list is empty for I in range. Ooh, for I in range. I don't know if we should use range. So the date list, hours equal maximum hours. So max hours equals 23, and max minutes equals, but we only, maximum hours equals 23, maximum minutes equals 60, but we're not dealing with 60. We're only dealing with OreoByte. Hi, nice to see you here. Are you how are you doing? We're gonna be collaborating with OreoByte in just a little bit, in about 10 minutes or so. time to call Morpheus. So let's try asking our good friend the AI, because this isn't something I do very often inside of Python. So using Python, we want to create a list of times from 000000 to 23:45:00 with all increments in between in 15-minute in increments of 15 minutes. Okay. So can the 15-minute period not show up on the quarter hours? I mean, I'm guessing. "15 minutes. I mean, it could be 15 minutes. They say that the Oracle operates for 15 minutes a day. Okay, so let's see. Method 1 using datetime and time delta recommended. Okay, method 2 using time module with manual calculation. And using list comprehension. Using pandas if you have pandas installed. Generator function memory efficient. Define generate times. 4 hour in range 24, 4 minute in range 0, 60, 15. Yield F hour 2, minute 2, 2 digits, 0. Convert generator to list, times equals list generate times, and then print them. So, I mean, let's check out this function right here. And okay, so everything over here, we're just gonna comment it out. I guess we could comment out this stuff as well, but let's put in our generate times function. 4 hour in range 24, for minute in range start at 0, end at 60, 15 minute intervals, yield this. So hours and minutes. Okay, convert generator to list, times equal list generate times. Total times equals length, whatever times, sample times equals times, show every 12th time. Show every 12th time? Okay, I guess I'm trying to figure out how to not get hosed by guessing, say, 1945, when the region was 1931 to 1946 and only getting 1 minute to ask the Oracle or something. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we don't need to access the Oracle for very long. We just need to access the Oracle in one of the times, and then it'll give us the answer immediately. So we don't need a period of time, we just need to guess in between the intervals. Okay, so let's try this out. So Python, man, spell out Python. Okay, so we got sample times. Alright, so total times equals 96 sample times. I guess we could print out all the times as well. But let's see. Get out of here. Where am I editing this stuff? Here we are. Okay, so print sample times. Just print the times. So these are all the times here. So all we need to do, we start at 0, 0, we end at 23:45. Solus says, I'd still go with round numbers even if I needed a couple of minutes. Could then try to work out the actual range once we got it narrowed down. I mean, I'm pretty sure, this is much simpler and easier for us to parse. The other way to do it is just to print out every minute of every hour. We could do that as well, but I think this should be okay. So let's figure out how to send our requests. So the URL is this: generate times. So times equals list. Okay. So all we need to do now is we need to do our custom headers. So, So the custom headers are here. We've got our date header, and we just need to put in the date header. I guess we could... Sorry, let me change up the music. Let's try some Faster Than Light. Okay, so the date has to be one of the times, and we'll figure out which one. So URL headers equals custom headers. So for I in range, actually no, for I in the length of lists, or the list of times. For I in length of times, do something. Okay, so we got four spaces. All right, we've got an ad right now. We'll play an ad on YouTube. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. And enjoy the woodpeckers. Where are they? Okay. Back in 60 seconds. Put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so for I in length of times, I think this is how we do it. Let's see. We have to define some stuff. We do response equals returns.get URL headers custom headers. Custom headers, but we also need to do headers equals custom headers. So the custom headers is date, and we want to put in the for each item in the list. Custom headers Okay, so custom headers equals date and then I. Or I guess, how do we pull this off? Something like this. Response equals get request.get URL headers equals custom headers, and it should be different each time this runs. And what we want to do is we want to print out the response. So print just print the response. And then if something, print the response if, so we're checking for a specific, we're checking for a specific error response, and if the error response is not in the message, then we're gonna break. So curl. So Oracle is here. Talk to the Oracle. It's this one. Okay, so we need to include the cookie that is in English. Oh, you know what? We also need to include the cookie that's in English. Right. Alright, how about requests module Python specify cookie. Thank you very much for following, Rodrigo Paradav. Thank you very much. Okay, so using cookies, parameters, and requests. The simplest way to send specific cookies with a single request is by passing a dictionary to the cookies parameter of request.get. Okay, so cookies equals this thing. Cookies equals cookies. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have to cut this short because our friend OreoByte is here. And let me go ahead and accept the collaboration. So me and OreoByte, we're going to be collaborating on the OLIcyber platform challenges. Hello, OreoByte.
Hello, Frog.
Hello. Okay, I'm going to connect you to... Wait, everybody should be able to hear OreoByte. If you can hear OreoByte, let us know in the chat. So, how are you doing, OreoByte?
I'm doing okay.
That's great to hear. So, are you excited to do some challenges on this new platform?
That looks promising, but I haven't really touched it other than making an account. That's it.
Okay, so you made your account. We're going to be... Me and OreoByte, we're going to be collaborating on some web app challenges. Since this is Web App Wednesday, we might do a few web app challenges and we might switch over to another category after a while. But we'll start with web apps. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Okay, so let me go ahead and switch up my topics, because topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Collab time. Yeah, I'll put 90 minutes on the clock and we'll see where we're at after 90 minutes. I just like to have the timer running because it feels like I've got something going on if the timer's running. Okay, so
Which challenge do you want to work on first?
so OLIcyber is here. Let me try logging in. Okay, I think a Pomodoro timer. That's exactly what I'm doing. Have you ever done
sanity check's gonna be so hard.
Pardon me?
The sanity check.
The sanity check? Yeah, I mean we're not gonna do the miscellaneous category. So sort by original order. We can also sort by, well, no, we'll sort by the original order. And let's see. We'll just go down to, so we won't do the introduction because the introduction challenges have a lot of explaining done inside of them. So we'll just skip on down to the Olimpiadi Italiane di Cybersecurity challenges. Do you see that?
Oh, which one?
So this is the second category after the introduction, or it's the second set of
security?
challenges.
You can set it to English. There's an English tab.
Oh yeah, where is that? Where is the English tab? I wasn't able to locate it last time.
It was at the top of the page before, or
I mean, is it stored in a cookie? If it's stored in a cookie, I can just set it myself. Nope, it doesn't look like it's set in a cookie. Hold on. Storage. Yeah, I don't think it's set in the cookie. And that's okay. I can use the Italian version of the page. It's fine. As long as we're all on the same page. Okay, so the Italian Olympiad of Cybersecurity, we'll go down to the web security section.
you just want to do all the network security one?
Pardon
Or the
me?
web one?
So we'll do web security for the first little bit because I got to stick to my theme for a little bit, and then afterwards we'll try doing an easier level challenge. So the easier level challenges, I think they're the green ones. So there are little dots. There's green ones and there's red ones. And
There's network, web, cryptography, software security, and that's it. Oh, and miscellaneous again.
okay, so
Network
let's
security? When did it do network security?
no. Let's do web security for the first few let's do a few challenges in web security, then we'll move on from there. Does that sound okay?
Web security 0 to 20.
Okay, so I'm looking at the second category, which is web security, which is out of 27.
Out of 27?
Yeah, so just search for 27.
There's web security 1 at 0 to 20, and 1 at 0 to 27.
Yeah. So do
Okay,
the
I found 0 to 27.
do the 27. And let's just start with some basic SQLi. So this is the challenge link. Where's our shared chat?
The basic SQLi one?
Yeah, basic SQLi. I'm providing the link in the chat. If you have an account, you can do it. Okay, so it looks like we need to access the admin account. Well, I mean, this is... I've got a sneaking suspicion this is just going to be a... This is just going to be an authorization bypass.
Oh.
Is
Thanks, Query. Thanks, yeah.
So is it just authorization bypass? It is. It sure is. That was easy. So we'll do 4 web application challenge. We'll do 4 web application challenges, and then we'll move on to something else. Okay?
Now I look silly. I'm using the wrong payload.
It's fine. It's fine. Everybody, it takes a little bit of time to figure out what the right payload is, anyways, right?
Well, But what I usually do is inspect. Well, actually, it's just pull burp. If you suspect SQL, instead of manually just doing one thing at a time and having nothing work.
Okay, let's do the lighter dark challenge next. I'll provide the link.
Oh, it's gonna go like full of detail.
What was that?
We already jumped ahead.
Oh, sorry. Were you not finished the challenge yet?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you a minute.
Okay. There we go. Got it. Okay. I didn't need to put like a bunch of stuff. Okay, that took way too long. Username. Password. I was basically just gonna do like word list query and then do like wfuzz.
Oh, I mean nothing. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that complicated for doing these easier challenges, right?
Fuzzy query and then like post request data username fuzz.
Okay, so we got the.
But we need that. All
right.
We need that. Cool.
So let's do the lighter dark challenge. I left the. It's basically challenge 49 as opposed to challenge 48. You can just switch it up in the URL.
So where do we submit the flag?
Pardon me? Where do you submit the flag on the challenge page at the bottom?
Oh.
Oh, you know what? So the next challenge here, it actually gives you the source code. It gives you the source code for the PHP page we're looking at. So that's always nice.
At the bottom of the page where.
So if you take a look at challenge number 49, light or dark, there's attachments and there's index.php. So we can inspect the PHP code to figure out how the application works. So this is actually one of the features of this platform. When they give you a challenge, they give you all of the files associated with the challenge, so you can actually look at the. It's kind of like a white box challenge. So you've got all the code for the stuff you're interacting with.
Wrong. Oh. I copied a bunch of junk. Cool. Flag.
Okay.
Alright, next one. Stone 49.
Yeah, well, we're doing challenge 49, yeah.
Whatever that is.
Okay, so it looks like we're doing file inclusion. So there's a reference to the light.css file and the dark.css file in the tema URL parameter. So let's see if yeah, okay.
Oh.
Let's see if we can read something on the web server. So we just do some local file inclusion. Maybe.
I get path, get param.
Oh, you know what? We got a troll message here. What is this? What does this mean?
We need to bypass the string replace.
The what?
Path equals string replace path. So we can't do normal.
Local file inclusion.
Special.
Okay.
We need to do like triple or double or. Fine. Okay.
Oh, okay. There's a okay. So when we do the local file inclusion, we get a troll image over here, but maybe there's something inside the troll image. So I'm just gonna try downloading the file to see if there's anything in there. Zeb.jpg. Okay, so we can exif tool this thing. And then we can strings that file. Balmung, hey, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, come on. I'll walk by, please.
Okay, so what else can we look at here? Oh, okay, this is an error message.
Or is it one of the things where to supply like a known string? No.
Okay, so
No. You think it's vuln the PHP filter chain? And then we can use
you think we should hit this thing with the PHP filter chain? It seems like it could be kind of overkill. Just run SQL map, of course.
And because on the public internet we could get a. Hopefully that's Docker, right? It's Docker.
Okay, so it's running the PHP get contents function. So okay, there's another message included in the challenge. So in the challenge, it says that the version of PHP being used is PHP version 4. So there might be some sort of vulnerability associated with PHP version 4.
Do
Okay.
we have to bypass the string replace? That's like breaking our.
What is the time in your zone? So the time for me is 6 o'clock in the evening, so 6 p.m. Well, 6:16 specifically.
I want filter. I want
PHP version 4. Okay, I'll try asking Claude AI if there's something specific for. Actually, wait, PHP version 4. It might have to do with like null-byte terminators or something. What are some famous?
I mean, 0.0 didn't work.
For PHP version 4 from a web app hacking standpoint.
Doesn't just show up.
Sarah says it's 2 a.m. for me. I'm gonna get go. Nice stream. Looking forward to the next one. Sarah, thank you very much for coming by. Let's give you a keyboard cat to play you off. Hope to see you next time.
Right, this is like a Vulnyx machine, right?
It should be. This should be a Linux machine, yeah.
I'm trying to read files that can't be read because version PHP 4.
Okay, so I'm gonna try the null byte injection with my. I'm gonna try the null byte injection with the local file inclusion. See if it works. You tried it?
No, somebody in
PHP 4. Yeah.
I need another nap. You know what? Okay, let's be scientific about this. Where's the URL?
Okay, light.css, dark.css.
Tools, word plus. Okay, I don't have these rules. I guess these words on this computer. Rep, share.
Okay.
Stock.
Frackery says somebody. I'm a somebody. Is Frackery a comment a regular viewer over on your channel, OreoByte?
They sure are.
Okay, good to hear. Okay, so we got our bootstrap stuff. CSS equals something something.
You don't think it's RFI'd, right?
Pardon me?
It's kind of funny.
Remote file inclusion.
Oh, well. Oh, if I use ngrok on stream, it's gonna leak the email.
You don't have to. Okay.
I think I accidentally got myself banned from Bora by accident.
Banned from where?
So this is from my last video. I was showing off a bunch of tools for catching shells on the internet,
Yeah.
and one of the tools is Bora, and they have a public server you can use to host reports. And I think we banned my IP.
Really?
I try to connect, it doesn't work.
Okay, so it also looks like the source code is filtering on the dot dot slash. So we can double up the dot dot slashes to see if we can get around that. Okay, it psyched. It says web app hacking live. Yeah, we're web app hacking live right now. We're using this platform. It's a new platform that I discovered from a viewer. A viewer told me about this Italian hacking education platform. It's kind of like PicoCTF, but it's Italian. And there's something like 200, 300 challenges here, and yeah, so it's a good opportunity to do all of the easy challenges over here. Okay, so
okay, I try fuzzing this with the. Should probably write down the name of what challenges we did or attempted to do. Cool.
okay, let me see what. Let me see what these Italian comments are for the code. It's not a good idea to go around the file system. Let's filter on requested theme extension just to be safe. Okay, so it's looking for CSS. If you're not accessing a .css file, then it's going to give you an error out.
Is the objective to get a shell, or is the objective just to read the file? And
I think what you need to do is you need to read a flag. So that's my guess. But we should probably read the actual contents of the description of the challenge. Because otherwise,
well, I gave it a different response. Excuse me. That gave it a different response, but that didn't really give me anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think. Oh, you're not. You're okay. Okay, Pebble. I see your payload. Yeah, let me try your payload. And welcome to the stream, Pebble. Everybody, did you know that Pebble is also a cybersecurity content creator? Let's shout out Pebble. There you go.
Unless it's this plus this.
.css. Oh, you need to include CSS. Oh, okay. All right. Let's try the payload.
go back to the PHP. What am I missing?
So we got an error.
Let's see. If we get this.
Pebble, a creator? Nah, don't know that nerd. Says psyched. Let's not.
Extension not equal to CSS. Oh.
Let's not throw any shade where we don't need to.
Oh.
Can you give the link, please?
Maybe.
Yeah. So you need to have an account on the system, but this is the challenge.
Do we need to do like funny thing, new line, CSS? No. It didn't work. Okay.
Clean link without login. Clean link without login. You need to log in to access the challenges.
That was a good content creator really worked in there.
Well, I mean, let me hold on. Let me see if you can actually access these challenges without being logged in. Oh, you can access the sites without being logged in. Okay. You can access these websites without being logged in. Yeah. Light and dark.
No. Well, it's not a new line. You're on code a new line dot CSS. What?
So I mean, the very fact that we have the source code, it should make it a lot easier.
If not equal CSS. Error.
Yeah. If it doesn't equal CSS, it'll give you an error.
Google Translate. Even though you're not
Which one? That worked. It's in the page source.
extension.
That worked. It's in the page source. Oh, really? Hold on.
If not extension.
Oh, wow! It did work. It did work. Yeah, you're right. So this is the payload. The payload is the one that that Pebble gave us, of course.
What do you mean it worked?
All right, this is the payload. Oh, I can't paste that into the chat. I'll try pasting it in here. Okay, there you go.
What do you mean? I just tried running that, it didn't work.
No, it's in the page source for some reason.
My page source is empty.
Okay, well, I mean, let's not do etc. password. Let's do something else.
Why?
How about
Why?
var www.html
My browser's
index.php.
is it not percent 2500? It's percent 00. That's yes. Not it. So that's not my mistake. This fails.
So we just need to figure out where the flag is.
Yes. It doesn't work with 2500.
Old stuff. Yeah. Switch between browsers to bypass. Pebble says // is because it replaces // with // Yeah, and the percent 000 is to PHP4 bypass the CSS extension. Makes a lot of sense. So we just need to figure out which file we need to read to get the flag. I mean, maybe there's a flag dot... No. Okay. So, etc. password. Let's look at etc. password again. So there might be a user. I don't see any users. Wait, but why does it say that the NAT service is the admin? That's kind of weird. The other weird thing that's happening on this system is that most of these services have a login, or they have a shell. We're in at this point. I mean,
we could read proc CMD line and see if we can get carve out the flag. No.
Read which one? The flag is in the root directory. Oh.
Got it.
Is it in the root directory? So it's in /flag. No. Maybe flag.txt or root.txt. Flag.txt.
Is it flag spelled in their language?
No. It's just flag spelled in English. Pebble, do you have an account at this? Do you have an account with the platform, or are you just you do have an account on the platform, right? Oh, I used the link that I gave. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you can make an account at the platform, and you can you can start using it if you want. If that is what you want, okay. So
roll silent there. Done.
Okay, so that's done. Do you want to do one more web challenge and then move on to some other categories?
Let's keep going until we get Uber stuck.
Until you get Uber stuck?
Yeah, I was using the wrong byte technique. So
okay, so which I'll let you choose the challenge for the next one in the web security category. We won't do the difficult one, which is marked with the red dot, but which one do you want to do?
Hold on, I'm just trying to copy notes and stuff.
You know, I should probably keep that keep the payload that works for my notes. So I'm just gonna copy that.
Okay, submit. I kind of wish it would keep you. It always jumps to the top of the page.
I mean, you can.
Shell's Revenge.
Shell's Revenge. Shell's Revenge. Where is that?
Revenge.
Shell's Revenge. Okay. So this one is, well... Alright, everybody. So this is the challenge. Oh, and the site... Yeah, I think anybody should be able to access the site. Here you go. MC25 says, no, you got no error, just fix your preg match. Preg match. Yeah. I mean, we figured it out, but thank you very much, MC25.
Oh, it might be because I have this a language plugin installed, I guess.
MC25 says my stream was like 10 minutes old. Not sure how that happened. I'm not sure how it happened either. But yeah, we're looking at the Shell's Revenge challenge now. Let's see what it's all about. Oh, okay. We got some Super Mario themed stuff. Great.
Can we just upload a file?
I'm just gonna check to see that everybody has access to this. Yeah, everybody has access to this without cookies.
Time to upload on a password protected web shell. Is it web shell time?
Is it web shell time?
Shell time.
Oh, this is a turtle. Okay. All right. So before we, go ham on this website, we should probably read the challenge description. Christian Hadriel or Hadriel, not too sure. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
What is it?
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so it's important to
File
read.
is too large.
It's important to read the descriptions. It's time to come to put an end to Super Mario's abuses, Koopa Brothers. Let's take back our freedom, power to the shells. The flag is located in /flag.txt. Okay, so we just need to access the flag to finish the challenge.
Nano small.
Wait. Oh, I got rickrolled. Never mind.
Upload complete. Okay, great. We uploaded small. Where did small go?
Okay, so I guess we can you can upload some files. That's what it said.
You got rickrolled?
Yeah, there's a small link at the top of the page that says flag. If you click it, you get rickrolled. Okay, so what can we... So this is file upload stuff. What can we upload? Let's create a... echo test test.txt.
Did we give you a file?
So this is... We need to figure out if this is PHP or not. So index.php. This is index.php. So if we're going to be using some... imagine getting rickrolled in 2025. Well, apparently it happens. Okay, so let's try uploading...
What do I tell you the flag is?
Pardon me?
At least in some of the challenges. Thanks, Pebble. I've already watched a video of somebody getting rickrolled doing a reverse engineering challenge where
Oh, really?
they're trying to deactivate. Basically, supposedly there's a challenge where the goal is to make your code as unreadable as possible.
Okay, so
And
when you upload anything to the application, it looks like it gets assigned to a random string directory in the uploads directory. I mean, can we directly upload PHP code? Or is it going to filter us?
But, not found. Is it the hash of the file?
I mean, is it the hash of the file?
Is it the hash of the file?
Just a second. I'm gonna get myself the simple PHP web shell.
What does it say when we... well, I kind of destroyed the upload message. Oops. Shells revenge.
It's just using this thing. Okay, this isn't the smallest one, but
Oh. It literally
Echo.
gives you it
what?
when you upload the file.
Yeah, no, it gives you the file path. Let's just
Wow,
do
we
CMP.
did it. Whoa.
Was it super
Crazy.
easy?
They just give you it. Whoa.
Well,
Incredible.
I mean, easy challenges have to exist for a reason, right?
I'm thinking, like, we gotta fuzz this. Okay, where are they getting the string from? The hash.
Actually, you know what? Why am I doing this the hard way?
Things with MD2. MD2. Alright, there's cyber show.
Okay. All right,
Let's see.
let's upload this thing.
What are these? Will be inside
So-
etc.
So there's just no what is hell?
You can get recalled again.
No. The graphics were zoomed in way too much, and I jump scared myself.
Oh. All right, MD2. Is that backward? The file was. I think the hash is randomly generated.
Random, you say?
Yeah, it's not MD5, it's not SHA, it's not MD2. Is it MD4? MD4.
Okay, so
It is not MD4 either.
you're saying that it's in the flag .txt file is encrypted?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how they got the string and characters, but I think it's just random.
Oh, you have to do this. Okay, well, challenge done.
I'm just being silly. Okay.
Challenge done. Great. This is some nightmare fuel right here.
I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Look at my look at my stream.
Oh.
Enhance. Yeah, it's because it's zoomed in way too much. If you zoom, oh, yeah. That's gonna be haunting my dreams. All right, submit the flag. We're done. Okay.
Okay, so able to upload anything without
restrictions.
filter. Yeah, I could have just. That's a better way to say it. Able. But well, okay. The only restriction is like size.
Oh, there is a size restriction?
Size.
Okay, let's do this one next. This challenge is called Admin Secret. It's challenge number 44. So to everybody who wants to check this out, here's the site.
After upload, you hyperlink to file. Random.
Okay, let's translate this Italian. So your challenge descriptions are entirely in English?
It's because I guess I have a plugin I installed.
Oh, okay, so it's auto-translating it.
Yeah, what's the word? Cheating?
Yeah, of course.
By accident, but I forgot about.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I mean, it's just an extra layer of complication, that's all. Okay, so it says, I found this site where you can register, but only the administrator gets the most interesting information. Can you hack it?
Admin secret.
Okay, so this is probably going to be some sort of overwrite the admin registration. That's my guess. My guess is that you just... I don't want to look at this.
Registration.
Okay, admin secret. So log in and register. So we'll go to registration. We will register admin and password. My guess is just you can overwrite the registration. Okay, error, insert into users values admin password false. Insert into users username password admin. Values admin password false. Duplicate entry admin for primary. So it looks like we can't just we can't just overwrite the admin user for registration. So I'll just register the shy hat. Password.
Do it to capture the requests and set our creation to admin.
Pardon me?
And where's my burp suite?
Okay, so we've logged in as we created the shy hat password.
Burp suite.
It says you are not admin, sorry. Okay, well, we can take a look at the cookies. Okay, so there are no cookies. You're not assigned a cookie after you log in. So it's not cookies. So we need to find some way to... I'm guessing we need to do some SQL injection or something else. What else could it be?
Check out. That's all, guys.
It says credentials invalid, something about a bypass.
Oh, really proxy.
Invalid credentials, you won't be able to bypass me, it says. Well.
Register. Oreo 2.
Oh, you know what? We're dumb. We overlooked the fact that we have source code. We have source code for the login.php and the register.php pages. Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do.
All right. Let's take a look at the register.php. See, this is what happens when you skip over the challenge descriptions.
Well, my assumption of a check didn't work. Oh, okay. Let's log in.
So insert into users, username, password, admin, values, username, password, false. Oh, okay. And we can't overwrite the admin user. Vincent Delankar says, maybe you can use that insert on error message to SQL inject your user with admin equals true. I mean, what would the payload look like?
Those requests. Is this just type juggling?
Type juggling?
Because it's just saying username equals with like one equal sign and it's PHP.
I mean, that's a pretty good observation. I don't know if it's...
Because it's like if admin true, it just.
Is that... No, it looks like that's triple equal signs.
Triple equal signs is save. But it's only 2.
Password 1 or something. Okay, let's try out this SQL injection that Vincent Delankar is talking about. Okay, so we'll make our own user. Okay. Password will be password.
Yeah, I don't run this computer. Sorry.
Oh no, this was... Okay, I was trying to log in. Never mind, this is registration. had 2 files to inspect. That's true. That's true. We had 2 files to inspect. We're just testing out a little theory first. If we are not getting anywhere, we can take a look at the code for the login page. Brennan Lavelle says, "I just subscribed. How can I contact you?" Yeah, so you can contact me on the Discord. You can contact me on Discord, or you can contact me on Reddit. The links are in the chat right now.
Are we supposed to just type Juggle that we're admin? Because the creation page has triple equal signs. We have something to drink. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Okay, so we managed to register. All right, then we can try logging in. Wow, it worked. It worked, Vincent Delankar. You're a genius. All right, we were able to inject into. Yo, it worked. Okay, so I think I'll do a little write-up here because it's important to record some of this stuff. I'm watching the stream. How can I contact you? Well, I mean, you could use a bunch of different methods. Yeah, so this worked. Okay. Never done such a thing before. It's actually pretty clever. Or at least I think so. So let's... So it's password, and then... This is the payload that I used. Okay. OreoByte, are you back?
I'm back.
Hey, why are the comments? So the comments are to comment out the rest of the SQL code so that the actual stuff doesn't... The actual stuff doesn't get executed.
Oh, are you trying to remove the false?
No, yeah, we're trying to remove the false and insert true. So this actually works. This is a working payload. Little Bobby tables and drop little Bobby tables. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I'll give credit to Vincent Delankar in chat. He came up with the idea. Okay, so let me... Yeah, I'll just record that part of the payload.
We just get a...
What are you getting? Oh, you got yourself a drink, right?
Yeah, I got myself a can of sparkling water.
Nice. Okay, Brennan asks, can I contact for help with something or a question? Yeah, just send me a message on Discord or on Reddit. You can ask if you don't mind. You can ask the question on stream as well. Just don't ask me to do anything illegal, please. Don't ask me to do any illegal hacking, because we don't do that. We're ethical hackers, and we obey the law. Little Bobby table is for the OGs. That's true. That's true. It's XKCD, right? Yeah, it works.
It works, but I don't know what it's set the password to.
Sorry, what? Could you repeat that?
It worked. You put that in the password field and sets the password a password for whatever user you're creating. with admin privileges?
Yeah, I mean, you just need to put in something for the password. You need to fill in the username. You just need to make sure that you give yourself admin privileges and comment out the rest of the query. Okay, so let's try.
You put your supposed malicious string in the password field, correct?
Yeah, you put that in the password field.
Why?
So Brennan Lovell asked, do you know how to bypass account ban on a website? Because the admin won't leave me alone or give me rich paid account back.
Wrong again. Looking at
It was 8 years ago. GameSense. GameSense is a gambling website, isn't it? If you're asking me to break into a gambling website, I can't help you with that. Okay, so how about the? Do you want to choose the next challenge, OreoByte?
I'm frantically trying to take notes of
Oh, you're taking notes on how to solve the challenges. Okay.
why, what worked, and how.
I gotcha. So it's good that you're keeping track of this stuff right now, because I'm not writing my notes. I'll probably be writing my notes afterwards. I should probably be writing my notes right now, is what I should be doing.
On the register page, we just, because the false is at the end, we just removed it. And because
Oh, HexSmarter is here. HexSmarter is rating in with 23 viewers. Is that your channel or my channel? Oh, it looks like my channel. Welcome, everybody. Let's give everybody a fun video redeem. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, welcome in HackSmarter Raiders. My name is the Shy Hat. I'm currently doing a collaboration with OreoByte, and we are currently doing all sorts of web challenges over at the Italian Olympiad of Cyber website. So this is the site right here. It is in Italian, but you can translate the Italian and get yourself an account, and you can use this great platform. It's totally free, and it's got like hundreds of challenges. It's great for people who are learning all sorts of cybersecurity stuff. So there's web app stuff, there is network stuff, there are reversing challenges, cryptography, all that good stuff. And welcome in, welcome in. What were you all working on over at the HackSmarter channel? Let us know.
What challenge do you want to do next?
Do you want to choose the next one, or should I?
You can choose the next one.
Okay, let's try... Let's try Password Changer 3000. So this is challenge number 59. Okay, Game Boy says, I found SQL in the site itself. Yeah, listen, guys. We can't. I can't hack any actual websites, any websites that I don't have explicit permission to do hacking on stream, because that's a bannable offense, and I don't want to get my channel banned.
admin cannot change the password. Huh?
Listen, I can't help you bypass website bans. This is not. No. Please don't ask me to do anything illegal. The stuff you're asking me to do is illegal. It is definitely illegal. Don't ask me to do that. And also, hackers are not, you know, toys. You can't ask hackers to do something and just expect them to do it for you. Okay, so password changer 3000. This is the site. I think you don't need to be logged into the website to access this site right here. Sozo asks, why not, bro? Well, it's a good question.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should. You'll probably do it anyways. We tell you not to. But
I'm just asking if you know how to do it. Well, I mean, if there were some serious security problems with the website, it might be possible. But it's very likely that the site is not vulnerable to any very, very obvious security flaws. Okay, so what is the challenge? What is the description for this challenge? So the description for the challenge says, can you change the password for the admin user?
Done.
You finished?
Yeah. Once you put in junk, you'll understand. Unless you want me to tell you.
No. You don't need to tell me. Just a second. I haven't even looked at the website yet.
Okay. I was worried for that one.
Okay, so password changer 3000. Well, can we just put in the word admin and then change the password? Admin, no something something the password. What? Admin cannot change his password. So what we need to do is we need to grab another account. Or do we need? Oh, okay. OreoByte, did you use Burp Suite to get this done?
No.
No. Okay.
It's my command line and a web browser.
Command line. Command line. All right. Okay, so we're given a token. Change password token equals this. I mean, this looks like base64. Oh, it looks like base64, okay. It's probably the username then. But I can't be completely sure, we just need to base64 decode this thing. Is it double base64 encoded? It is just base64. It is just base64. So let's base64 encode admin. All right. So just put in the token for the admin. All right. I guess we're done.
All right. Do you want to do Shell 2? Shell's Revenge 2?
Shell's Revenge 2? That's just gonna be. It's just gonna be like some sort of upload filter.
What do you want to do a different one?
I mean, I can guess what the. Let's try another one. How about the flag shop? What do you think?
All right, cool. Flag shop it is.
Okay, so flag shop is challenge number 43. Brennan Lovell asks, do you make money off the stuff you're doing? I mean, I'm basically a live streamer right now. I also do education. So I try to educate people on how to get into cybersecurity. I also have a YouTube channel. I have a Twitch channel. People do subscriptions. People watch the videos on YouTube. I don't make a whole lot of money, but I make a little bit. And I'm trying to set up some education programs. And hopefully that will be able to make a little bit of money sooner or later. Okay, so we've got the website.
He wants to buy the flag.
Okay, so it's we have to buy a flag. All right, let's translate this message here. So, wow, this site sells some awesome flags, but the one I want is too expensive. Can you help me? Okay, so we want the anonymous flag. So we got 100 euros. We need to find some way to, well, oh no, la bandiera e blanca, e bianca? So the flag is white or something? Oh no, the flag is white. Okay. So that is for...
So how do we change the value?
Okay.
Of something that's just in a div tag.
So there's no source code to look at here, right? So that sends us to buy.php with some data, I guess. We should probably figure out what kind of data we're sending to the server. So we get the Italian flag here. And we can't buy, it says insufficient credit.
Okay.
Okay, so MD explains if you have the great urge to send strange messages in chat, time me out before that happens. Do you want a timeout? MD explains. If you want a timeout, I can give you a timeout. Just let me know. Okay, so let's see. So there's no cookies.
I guess you could do a curl if you're careful. I just did a burp suite.
You did it with Burp Suite? Okay, well, let me start up my Burp Suite. There's probably something you're sending with these post requests, right?
I thought those would be more difficult with more functionality.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't the case.
Alright, let's load up the page. Burp found many. Okay, well, let's try. Credit insufficient. Great. I mean, I'm guessing that you're sending the amount of money that you have. Yeah. So we can set the cost to 0. We can just set the cost to 0, right?
Something like that.
That's my guess. So the cost of the item is, I don't know, 1. And then we get a flag. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could do this. It would be tough to do this with curl because we actually don't know what we need to send to the Do we know what we need to send to the by.php endpoint? Like what the parameters are supposed to be?
So it says you have 100 euros, I believe.
Yeah.
If you set it to anything below 100, you can purchase the thing, because the person wants to purchase the thing. Once you purchase the thing, gets flagged.
Brennan Lavelle says, what time are you ending stream? I'm having a lot of fun watching this. So we're probably gonna stop sometime after about an hour or so. So maybe an extra 60 minutes. Okay, so MD Explains wants a timeout, so we will time him out.
On to the next challenge.
Okay, next challenge.
Oh, I don't mind if you pick.
You don't mind if I pick? Let's move on from web. Let's move on from web. We can work on some other stuff. Is there a category that you want to take a look at? Because there's all these other ones. Just not cryptography, please. So there's software security. There is, let's see, software security, network security. So network security is going to be mostly PCAP stuff. That's my guess.
It looks like you can do previous CTFs.
Yeah, we can use previous CTFs. Okay, so let's try this one. Let's try this network security challenge.
Network security? Come on.
Oh, it's a PCAP one. Are you okay with PCAPs?
Sure.
Okay, well.
Which network security one do you want to do?
So I sent you I sent a challenge number 24. So anybody who wants to take a look at the file, I think this should work for everybody. If it doesn't, then let us know. Okay, so what does the challenge say? Can you find the cat? Can you find the cat? Okay, so we're looking either for the word cat or the Italian word gatto. Okay, so if we want to what is the name of the PCAP? The name of the PCAP is G4 something something. Okay, so this is Wireshark. It is a software used to inspect network packets, or what is it called? Packet capture files. Let's see. 5SHM has just followed. Thank you very much, 5SHM. You know, everybody from HackSmarter's stream, can you tell me what HackSmarter was doing tonight? Were they doing more stuff from HackSmarter's platform? You know about HackSmarter's platform, education platform, right, OreoByte?
Not necessarily. Sometimes it seems like either vlogs or hacks, or goes over other people's new exciting thing, like he was covering on his YouTube channel.
Okay.
And I guess the stream too, because some of the content that you miss gets reposted, so you don't miss it on his YouTube channel. About the price change of Hack the Box.
There's a price change for Hack the Box?
For the subscription, yeah.
Oh, really? So we're looking for a cat. So it's just this packet here. Let's follow the TCP stream.
Well, it's not a string.
Okay, so we're just following this thing. Okay, the AD Challenge Lab on hacksmarter.org. Yeah. So they've got some C2 labs on hacksmarter.org covering the Sliver C2. Have you used Sliver before? OreoByte?
I have used Sliver before. I like Sliver. Hack the Box also has a Sliver module.
Okay.
The only thing that I kind of wish they would have included is that they never covered pivoting. Well, they show you how to set up pivoting in a different way, but they forgot to include or didn't include pivoting with a WireGuard.
Okay. I mean, do you want to cover the Sliver modules together over at HackSmarter? I'm pretty sure you can get them for free.
Is Defender enabled?
Well, I mean, I haven't checked it out yet, so I don't know.
Is Defender enabled, and what's the cost?
So I think the Sliver modules are free. I can send you the links. Okay, so HackSmarter. It's hacksmarter.org. Oh, without the underscore. Okay. So this is this is the link over here. Sozo says it's pay what you can, but I think you can do it for free. Okay, so
okay, I found the flag.
You found the flag?
Mm-hmm.
Did you find it by doing something very specific, or just browsing around?
It's in an object.
Oh, okay.
If you know what I mean by that.
Yeah. You mean a text file?
No.
Not a text file. I mean,
under Analyze, there's a little hourglass, like magnifying glass icon.
So under Analyze. Okay, the magnifying glass, yeah.
I'm just saying, this didn't solve the challenge. This kind of, well, I guess it helped solve the challenge. But
Okay.
There's a little magnifying glass under Analyze between statistics, so like the second tool row. And if you click that, you can enter a string. Filter for the string. Well, I already did that.
We can search for flag or something?
Oh, you already did that with cat. Never mind.
Full response in frame 109. Full requests.
The hacking legend beat me to it.
Which legend?
You.
No, I didn't find the flag though.
It's in an image.
It's in an image, okay. Okay, well, I mean, let's see. So to get the image, you'd have to go to export objects. I'm assuming export objects and then HTTP, right? Can look for it. There's one image. Oh, it's gato.jpg. Interesting. So we can save it to downloads.
You can actually view the image. You don't have to download it. There's like a view button.
Oh, you can do the preview?
Yeah, there's a preview button.
Too bad you can't. Sozo says there are 2 Sliver Basics and 1 for Windows implants and 1 for Linux implants. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you wanted to go over it together, we could do the Windows implants because that's more up your alley, right?
I mean, we could do both.
Yeah, depending on how time intensive each one of those are.
I just have stuff ready for Thunder that's Sliver compatible, just in case.
Okay. Let me see if I can submit this flag.
Watch it not work 2 months later, and I'm gonna cry.
Alright. Well, we submitted that flag. So I'm thinking, are all of these network security challenges like PCAP files? I'd be a little bit... looks like they're all PCAP files. Well, I mean, the good thing is that if you want to get good at Wireshark stuff, you know where to go. No, I found something different. Okay, so we've got direct SSH access or something here. Let's do this challenge next, number 27.
Is this in the networking one?
Yeah, it's on the network tab. So it looks like we need to use netcat to access the challenge. I don't know what this is. Let me translate the challenge description. Following the spectacular success of Number Wang, okay, we're here with a new edition of the favorite game for people aged 25 to 25 and a half. Word Wang. Can you get the word Wang? You can connect to the service with netcat. Okay, so it looks like we're accessing random stuff. Alright, so everybody, if you want to join in with us, you can netcat to this port. Oh, and there's also a PCAP. There's also a PCAP. Okay, so I guess we need to combine the PCAP to get the password we need to pass to the to this application. Fun. Okay, so we need to inspect the PCAP file to figure out how the challenge is transforming these words. Alright, let me get the link. So if you want to join in with us, this is the link. So this is capture.pcap. Okay. How many packets are we looking at? We're looking at 98 packets.
Oh. Do we need...
What are you looking at? I think I found the pattern.
You have to carve out speech.
Hold on.
Or do I just repeat this over and over and over again?
I don't know. Well, I mean, you can do some experimentation, see what works. Netcat wordwang .shells.OLIcyber.it on port this big number. Okay, so all right, I got the flag.
Huh?
I got the flag. It's just a pattern. If you're not able to get it in in a couple of minutes, I'll tell you the answer. You saw the TCP conversation, right?
Character, radio, choose, begin, slow, us, smile. I'm just getting strings that are on the PCAP. What?
Yeah. Okay. So if so what are you experimenting with right now?
If you reconnect, disconnect, reconnect, disconnect, reconnect, you get strings that are not in the PCAP, like size.
Okay. So there's more than one conversation? Try looking at the TCP conversation. There should be two pages of conversation. Do you see them? So there should be stream 0 and there should be stream 1. So you're going to see that at the bottom of one of the conversations, it says, "That's wordwang, here's the flag, redacted." Do you see it?
I see that one.
Okay, and take note of the characters that are being used in the string. Follow that pattern, and you should be able to do that for any of the words.
Capital, 1, wordwang, speech. I gotta use the word type.
Okay, so you see there's so the word is prepended and appended with special characters. Use the same special characters and make sure that everything is uppercase, and you should be able to do any of the words.
That's okay.
Did you get the
we had to like make a list and okay.
Did you get the flag? All right. Well, let's move on to a different category because I don't want to look at I don't want to look at PCAPs too much. There's web, there's cryptography. Let's do some software security. How about that? Frackery asks for reverse engineering. Yeah, let's do some easy reverse engineering challenges. Reverse engineering or binary or binx, because they seem to be lumped together.
Which one?
So software security on this website, it looks like it's binx and it's RE put together. So let's try the first challenge, the supermarket one. This is challenge number 99. I will provide the link, and it looks like okay.
Security.
So it looks like when there's a C file, a C source file that we can look at. So there's a C source file, and there's also the binary itself that we can do some testing with. So I'll provide the links for people in chat.
Okay. Sure. I don't know how to feel about that last one.
Sometimes the challenges are dead easy. Just solve them and move on. Pardon me?
It's one of those exercises that not difficult, feels kind of silly, but I can see the point of why they did it that way. That makes any sense. Supermarket.
Okay, so what does this look like? It looks like this looks like buffer overflow.
How severe?
Okay, so the supermarket binary.
We can't just like R2 super.
Oh, it looks like this is another challenge where we need to purchase a flag for a lot of euros. Unfortunately, all this stuff is in Italian. I need to...
Yeah, there's no, like, flag string. Such.
Okay, let's get the source code for this.
Okay, let's see. Oh boy. Let's see. Struct char name. We have a name of 64 characters.
Mm-hmm.
Buffer of 100 characters. F open flag.
So it looks like we're doing... This might be return to ret to win. So return to the win function. What do you think?
You have to do this in GDB.
I use Redare, but I mean, if you want to use GDB, that's fine too. Okay, so ret to win. If this is ret to win, then let me. So run supermarket. Provide a bunch of characters to crash the program.
I'm gonna go to 5.
I guess if you... All right. So I'm down to go for another 60 minutes. How about you, OreoByte? Are you all right?
I'm okay. Just
Don't want to go too long, but I think we can do another hour or so. So we just need to figure out what we need to figure out how we crash the program. Hmm. Okay, I don't. The binary is all in Italian. I don't speak any Italian. How many do you want to buy? Okay. You tried? I'm sorry.
you think it's what? Sorry, return on.
I think this is probably going to be a return to win type of challenge. So let's take a look at the source code. Let's try. I'm gonna try getting the AI to translate the Italian stuff to English inside the code. Okay, so in this code, translate the Italian strings to English.
What gave it away? Is it the pointer on the file?
Well, there's a function that prints out the flag, isn't there?
Yeah, but it has its own pointer.
Okay, so there's a red pen and there's a cream puff. Okay, they've got prices. Either that, or we need to overwrite the amount of cash we have with a bunch of money so that we can purchase the flag. So it could be if it's a heap buffer overflow, then we overwrite the balance variable that has all of our money, and we give ourselves a bunch of money. Get character overflow.
Okay. A proof of concept with just write script pwn tools
Okay.
doesn't really teach. Well, it teaches me something, but I was looking for something more manual.
So where's the buffer going to be? So as puts, there's get character. puts do. Oh, scanf, right. So scanf is the function in C that lets you put in user input. Okay. Scanf is the vulnerable point. Yeah. So we just need to figure out the size of those buffers. So it looks like the flag is up to 100 bytes. Let's take a look at this. Actually, let me copy the code and then I'll put it in Nano. Okay, so name is 64 bytes. How many do you want to buy? How many do you want to buy? So it does result equals scanf for the amount. Amount is... Where are the references to amount?
Oh boy, it's taking a long time to download.
Amount equals 0. So amount equals 0. All right. Hold on. Let's start doing some experimentation with
How's my stream? Okay, it says my stream's unstable.
Is your stream unstable?
That's what it says.
Okay, so run supermarket.
Yeah, it says it's fine. I guess it was unstable at one point.
Oh, you know what?
R2D.
You might be unstable. That comes with InfoSec. Let's see if we can buy negative amounts of something. You can buy negative amounts of something.
You don't think it's like a negative number where it's
yeah, oh yeah, we can just no. You can buy negative amounts of something and you can add to your credit, and then you can just and then you can just buy the flag. Okay, so buy.
No. Don't tell me.
It works.
It's just negative number cheese.
It's just negative number. It's just negative number cheese. Well, you know what? It is what it is. All right, let's go ahead and grab that flag then. You know what? It's good to check this stuff. It's good to be able to check this. This is something we should all check for whenever we can purchase something.
So we just apply negative
9999999, and then buy the flag, and then.
Collab to compare.
All right, done.
Oops.
It says negative amount is not an amount. That's the flag. Anyways, well, I mean that is the easiest one, so it makes sense that that would be the answer.
Segfault.
This is something we should be watching out for. Anytime you're able to purchase something, you should check to see how it handles negative numbers. Thank you very much for following, Ogoozle. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Hack the Planet? Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, and I think I missed somebody's subscription earlier. Ogazulp on YouTube. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube 27 minutes ago. Sorry I missed your subscription. I'll do better to keep on top of the chat. Thank you. Okay, so we got hidden variable formatted.
Wait, you just.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, you're saying something, OreoByte?
Is the flag internally in the file, or is it somewhere else?
So the flag is.
Where's my flag?
Did you not get the flag? So you need to. You have to purchase the flag. Type 3 and then type 1. So type 3. Then they ask you how many you want to buy, and then type 1, and then it should give you the flag.
They give you. Okay, they give you a netcat. I'm trying to do it from the file they give you, thinking it's in the file, and it's not there. Because ding 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 ding, it is.
No, you don't get the flag from the tester binary.
Yeah, that's what I was. Okay, I missed the netcat part again.
You want to skip over to another category? You want to stick with reverse engineering?
Wait, where am I? That did not give me the flag. Not enough credit. Is this enough credit? There we go. Okay.
All right, I've got a suggestion for the next challenge over here. Challenge number 96. I'm basically doing the easiest challenges first because I'm not super confident about my BinX and Rev abilities.
I'm more used to digital forensics, not BinX.
Okay. Do you want to? I don't know what else they have for digital forensics on this platform. Are there general category challenges that we haven't done?
There's miscellaneous, but that could be anything.
That could be anything. That's true. So there's miscellaneous. So you want to try some stuff from the miscellaneous category then?
We gotta always finish the sand age check.
You want to finish the sanity check? Give us the link. Give us the link and we will do the challenge.
I don't understand why the sanity check is such a high number. I'm not being dumb.
Maybe they're working down from 256.
Yeah. Sanity check. Okay, moving on.
I've already done the sanity check.
Oh.
All right, let's try some of the miscellaneous category. We'll do one. Oh, you know what? This will make for a good palette cleanser. It looks like we've got some zip files instead of other zip files. So you didn't you say that you created a script that that unzips files recursively?
If I did, I don't remember where it went. Oh no.
Okay, so let's see. The description translation is I pissed off my friend Leo, and to get revenge he zipped my password 3,000 times. Can you help me recover it? All right. 3,000 times, huh? So we definitely have to come up with some sort of automation to do this. Okay, so what is the file called? It's called flag3000.zip. Okay, time to Python. Is it Python? Okay, so these kind of things follow a pattern. Oh, okay. So it says extracting flag 2999.zip, and then we need to... And then there's two flags. Okay, so we need to make a script that recursively unzips these things. I think gunzip has recursive unzip. I think gunzip has recursive unzip. MC25. Thank you very much for the suggestion. What about just the unzip utility by itself? So is there recursive in here? And does gunzip work on regular zip files?
Now we're just gonna use good old bash. I'm lazy.
You gonna use bash? Okay, so let's see what the Python solution looks like.
And we're done.
What's your bash one-liner? Python cursive unzip. To recursively unzip files in Python, handling nested zip archives, you can use the zip file and OS modules. So we got some... Well, I mean, it doesn't look super complicated.
That's what I did. Ta-da!
That looks pretty elegant. I mean, I don't do very much bash scripting myself. But I'm not gonna argue with something that works. And it looks like it works. Okay, I'll record that in my notes. Because it is a nifty little one-liner. Man. OreoByte, do you wanna ban the spammer in your chat?
I'm on it. Get out of here. Even though you're basically a robot that can't be talked down to, because get out of here.
Alright. Let's submit that flag. So what do you think of the platform so far, OreoByte? You happy with it?
Makes me think of Pico CTF.
Yeah, it really does remind me of Pico CTF. It's a bit... The navigation's actually a little bit easier. But there's no Pico CTF web shell, which makes it a bit less beginner-friendly. Because the web shell is there to help out people who don't necessarily have access to hardware.
I think for a beginner with no computer, no infrastructure, and not enough machinery to run their own machine.
Yeah, Pico CTF is going to be the...
Pico CTF is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on like try hack me and the attack box?
Try hack me in the attack box for beginners.
Hack the box because they call it a different name.
So try hack me and the attack box is a good combination for people who are getting into cybersecurity, because you can use the attack box for an hour a day, and you don't need to buy a subscription to get access to that. The issue I have with Hack the Box is that their virtual machine, their web-based virtual machine, is pretty limited for free users. I think they limit you to like 4 hours a month or something. It's not great.
Oh man.
But I don't know how much experience you have with Hack the Box and their web-based attack machine.
I've always been in a position where I'm trying to use my machine.
Okay.
Because when I take notes, they're on my machine, they don't disappear.
Yeah. I mean, I do like the materials on the Hack the Box Academy, you know, the stuff that I've seen. It's not the most fun. It's pretty dry. I'm not saying that it doesn't have a lot of information there. It's just not presented in the most fun way.
So Try Hack Me had like the Hack to Win event.
Yeah, okay.
Or it's like if you do all this work, you could win a ticket to win prizes, and then I didn't win anything. So I was, It felt really misleading.
What you eating there?
Sandwich.
Okay. All right, let's do another miscellaneous challenge. Let's do this one. It's called Execute Me. It is challenge number 2. I really don't want to, talk too much crap about Hack the Box. It's just that my audience, there's not a lot I can offer to my audience from Hack the Box.
I recommend if you have a student account,
yeah,
you could pay the student account discount for their academy.
Mm-hmm.
I think their academy is solid, especially if you're doing things like OCP.
Yeah, I definitely like the stuff I saw on the academy.
But it turns into a question of, is one platform better than the other? And the answer is technically yes, but no. There are things you'll learn on one platform that you might not learn on the other platform, and vice versa.
I mean, the thing is that when you purchase a subscription for one platform, it basically locks you into that platform because you don't want to feel like you're wasting your money. So when you have a subscription for one platform, you're basically going to stick to that platform until your subscription runs out.
Correct. It's basically what I feel about platforms is a mix of, well, to get the best, you need to do a bit of everything. But what happens when there's so many different platforms that you're spread like way too thin?
I mean,
complete everything on all the platforms would take a lot of focus and time.
The thing is that each platform is good for different categories or different specializations. If you want to do hardcore like digital forensics and blue team topics, you want to use a platform like Cyber Defenders. I mean, I suppose there is defensive stuff on Hack the Box and TryAcme as well. And if you're really into reverse engineering and binary hacking, you'd probably want to stick with like a specialized platform for that as well.
I would just say keep swapping platforms to keep it fresh.
Yeah.
Don't explode. It can get very tedious doing machine after machine and struggling for like 5 hours a day.
Well, I mean, the one thing that I will say that is really good with Hack the Box is that if you want to do Windows hacking, like you just want to do box after box of Windows, you don't have too much of a choice than to pay for a subscription for Hack the Box, right? Because your other platforms are they're pretty limited as far as Windows stuff is concerned.
Speaking of Windows, do you want to do the Sliver stuff?
The what stuff?
The Sliver.
Yeah. We can do the Sliver stuff next week. What day works for you? What day works best for you? Monday, Wednesday, or Friday?
I think probably Monday.
Probably Monday. Okay. Yeah, we can do that for 6 o'clock on Monday, maybe. Yeah. Okay, so let's do.
What challenge you want to do? The last thing I was gonna say is basically, Hack the Box helped me pass, or their training helped me pass the OCP, and that was only because I was getting burned out of doing machine after machine. And Academy allowed you to focus on your methodology rather than doing the whole machine and getting stuck, which really helped.
Sozo says you should probably hit up Tyler about checking out his labs. He would probably hook you up. Yeah, I mean,
we could do it over the
have you ever talked to HackSmarter on over Discord or anything? Chat? Have you talked to HackSmarter on Discord?
I have, but in an actual chat where I'm like actively talking to them, and it's not like they're busy and I send a message and they respond back when they have the time.
Why don't you send him a message? He might be able to give you a hookup for his education labs. We might be able to do it together.
Yeah,
otherwise, it's gonna.
Ask after the stream ends.
Pardon me?
I'll ask after the stream ends.
Okay, cool. I mean, if you want to do the regular subscription for his website, it's like $9 a month or something.
I mean, it's only $9. Does I wonder if Hack Smarter has it set up, or Tavra has it set up where you can buy a voucher instead. So if you just wanted to do like 1 month, just buy the one voucher just for that 1 month.
Well, I mean, you could give him a message, and we'll see if we can set something up. It would be fun to do. It would be fun to do the Windows Active Directory stuff over there with you. Okay, so let's do the this challenge over here. Execute me. It's another miscellaneous challenge. Something to do with the USB drive.
Execute me.
Execute me. That's the name of the. That's the name of the challenge.
Point.
Yeah, execute me! Exclamation point. Let's check it out. Okay, Edwin says I can't see you both active on the InfoSec Streams page. Are we not on the InfoSec Streams page? Did we get kicked off?
Might be a bug.
Could be a bug.
Not a bug. It's a feature.
You know what the funny thing is about the InfoSec Streams list is that they rank you according to how many hours you've streamed. So Fixit42 is at the top, and my friend Panako Panko is never listed on InfoSec Streams because she streams in the ASMR category, but she's still pretty far up in the list because she streams quite a bit. Anyways, that's just a fun little tangent. Let's solve the challenge.
Sometimes that website is buggy, sometimes it works perfectly fine.
Yeah?
I don't know.
So what is this? What is the downloaded file called? It's called execute something, right? Execute me.
It's just an ELF file.
It's a what? It's an ELF file. Okay, so it's just an executable? I mean, we could run strings on it. Wait, it says execute me. If we run... I mean, okay. It's very unlikely that a file from a CTF site is going to cause damage to your system.
It's a pretty small program.
Okay. While walking along some old unused tracks near his house, my friend Marco found a USB stick containing the following file. Help Marco find out what it is. So, I mean... I don't know. Let's run strings on it first. Okay, so there's reference to a file called listentome.mp3 and some other stuff. Well, I'm gonna make it executable and I'm gonna run it. Hope it doesn't destroy my Kali Linux box. It says the flag is not here. The flag is not here. Okay, so we could take a look at this inside of Radare. And then let's take a look at the main function. Yeah, it's a very small program. It just prints out the string, the flag is not here. But there's probably there are probably more functions on this in the binary. So all functions list. there's the main function. It looks like the binary is looking for a specific file inside the directory. This listen-to-me.mp3 file. So I wonder what happens if you create this file and put it in the same directory.
What, the MP3?
Yeah, listen-to-me.mp3. Okay, all the strings. Frackery says, what certs do you guys recommend? What certs do you guys recommend? Frackery, it really depends on what job role you want to aim for. Because it's going to be different depending on what kind of job you're looking for. You definitely want to get one that's not... you want to get one that's appropriate for your role.
This is like a random wild true do nothing.
What was that?
Okay. There's a wild true do nothing.
What was that?
I'm just looking at it in Gidra.
Okay. So it looks like there might be an embedded zip file in here. There's a the listen-to-me.mp3 file is embedded into the file. Frackery says, I don't know what I want to do. I'd do anything at this point. Was looking into bug bounty though. So
did you already also extract it with the binwalk?
I used Foremost.
Oh.
You used Foremost before, right?
I've used Foremost before, but I just used binwalk instead. I don't know if binwalk broke it though. Yeah, there's really nothing very interesting about this file.
Okay, it says something in Italian. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna play listen-to-me.mp3. Instead, I'm gonna take a look at the metadata. So let's.
Sure it's not like steganography where it's like the flags in the audio sample and you open an Audacity and.
Well, if you listen to the audio of listen-to-me.mp3, it says something about a flag. Wait, it looks like there might be something else embedded in here.
It looks like there's a scan me.
Yeah, there's a scanme.png in here. Oh, great. So I guess we can run Foremost again.
Yeah, it seems like. I would have not noticed that I would have been playing around in this file for way too long.
There's a QR code. Yay! Okay, so yeah, Frackery. If you want to get into bug bounty, so the first thing you want to do is you want to. How much do you know about web app stuff? So if you're comfortable doing web app hacking, then it would be easy to pivot into a bug bounty. It depends on what your current skill is on web app hacking stuff. Intermediate, okay, good. What I would recommend is learn all you can about your favorite vulnerabilities. So if your favorite vulnerability is server-side request forgery, or I don't know, JWT tokens, login page enumeration. What else is really... What is that request smuggling, HTTP? So find some niches. Find a couple of niche vulnerabilities that you can look for on every app. Yeah, okay, IDOR, good stuff like that. Get really, really good at it, and then sign up for the bug bounty program. On every engagement and every app that you're testing, just test for that stuff. HTTP request smuggling is interesting. It's pretty frustrating to learn how to do. Solve labs in Portswigger, of course. Just solve every single lab in Portswigger. It's a pretty good. Okay, so how do we interact with the PNG? So there's a PNG reader. There's like QR code reader. Linux terminal.
Okay, no, give me.
Frackery says I finished half of Portswigger Academy. I mean, yeah, that's a really good start. Definitely do the entire Portswigger Web App Security Academy. Second of Mind has a much more strict training regimen for you. ZBar tools. Okay, so we can use ZBar tools to read this thing. Sorry, what were you saying, OreoByte?
My laptop is cooked.
You're working off a laptop right now?
Correct.
Okay. I thought you had a desktop.
I do. It's a small one. No, I did not bring my whole machine with me on my adventure.
Oh, okay. Alright. I got the flag. It's inside the QR code. But yeah, focus in on like a few niche web app vulnerabilities, and you should be able to specialize in that stuff when you're tackling your bug bounty stuff. I'm not a bug bounty person myself. I just know a bit about web app security, but that's the strategy I've heard from other people. You can use online tools too. I mean, I prefer to use terminal tools because because I think being on the terminal is the best thing ever.
It's very common for people to just pull out their phone and just look at it, but just do not do that with QR codes.
Do not do what with QR codes? Scan it with your phone? No, don't scan it. Well, don't scan it with your phone if you don't need to. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, go on.
There's an app you can use that will scan the code, tell you the URL, but not sending to the URL.
Mm-hmm.
So that DEFCON once I scanned the QR code, it sent to the Rickroll URL, so I didn't get it.
Okay, that was actually a pretty fun challenge, Game Boy. I agree. You got to you have to extract extract the binaries, or extract the embedded files. Okay, corrupted. Let's try this next one called corrupted flag. I'll send you the link. Printed on a t-shirt with a link to malware. Of course. Okay, so we got corrupted file. Are you you got the flag for the previous challenge, right?
Well, that's awkward. Oops. Let me just remove this crap. But accidentally installed.
Okay, for everybody following along at home, this is the link for the next challenge.
What am I doing?
Frackery says not using Arch. How dare we? How dare we not use Arch Linux?
Okay. Is the base64 triple equal signs part of the flag?
Yep. I presume that you're looking at it then? Okay, I think we can do one more of these challenges before I have to before I have to go.
Which one do you want to do next?
I sent you the link. It's challenge number 32. It's called corrupted flag. So the description of the challenge says, I'm sure this file contains the flag, but I just can't open it. Can you help? So I guess we're talking about corrupted file, and we need to find out the... It probably has something to do with magic bytes. But I guess we'll find out when we download the thing. Corrupted file. Okay, corrupted file. It says data. Alright, I guess we need to check the file header to figure out what kind of file it was. It looks like this was a GIF file.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
So what are the correct magic bytes for GIF files? So GIF file magic bytes. File signatures. Okay, so apparently these are the magic bytes. So how do we edit this thing then?
I'm just using hex edit.
Is there a standard? Let's see, 47, 49. Oh, it's just one.
Can we just zero the first bytes out?
I mean, you could. Okay, so let's do hex to ASCII. GIF 89A. Okay. Okay, so this is GIF image data. After you adjust the, you can make it a hex dump. I mean, you can just, for this challenge anyways, you can just directly edit it in Nano and just get rid of the incorrect characters and it should be fine. I guess
Okay. Quick image. Great.
not all frames of the GIF were loaded. Huh.
Cool. Can we pull the images in GIMP?
So if this is a GIF file, is there any sort of steganography stuff that we need to pay attention to? Probably.
Oh, what the...
Well, the other thing we could do is we could look for embedded files in this as well.
I'd be helpful to like fix that.
It looks like, man. So we can also open this in like a web browser, right?
That's it, just a white nothing.
So let's see.
That's it.
Whoa, what is this? Okay, so I loaded up the corrupted file in the web browser, and in the web browser it just looks like shifting jumble of country flags.
Oh really?
Yeah. Open it up in your web browser after you adjust the header.
Mine's just white.
Do you I mean, if you take a look at my stream right now, you'll see what I'm talking about. So I guess we need to use Stego, but I don't know what Stego tool we're supposed to use for GIF files.
Why is yours playing but mine is not? I must have used the wrong magic part.
So let me get you the. So this is. This is what my file header looks like. So this is the hex dump.
I'm using the wrong GIF or GIF.
Shin, hey Shin, I hope you're staying safe, because I know that you're in a part of the world with some political turmoil right now. Hope you're staying safe. We can't talk too much about politics, but I hope you're doing okay. DD, if corrupted, recover. I mean, I haven't done that before.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna look up stego tools for GIF. Steganography. This one.
That was so broken. What's your number?
Total curfew means I can hack a lot and good for my bug bounty hunting. I hope you're finding a lot of good stuff out there. Okay, steganography. Exif tool, binwalk, zsteg.
No good way to like copy and paste those.
Wasn't there a website that a Parasolve. I've very rarely been able to get a Parasolve to work because the web app is actually very heavy.
No. Don't. 671 230 Use it the whole thing. I was trying to copy the one from Wikipedia and I think it broke it.
Okay, so Game Boy has a solution. DD if corrupted. DD.
That's worse.
What does DD do again?
DD
Copy a file, converting and formatting according to operands. It's using a lot of CPU. Okay, let me check out. Data? Hey, what's steg hide? Heard we can hide a payload in images. I use DD to write ISOs to USB drives. Okay, so this no longer has the GIF header. I mean, I guess we could write the thing.
That magically worked.
What worked?
Oh,
What worked? What are you talking about?
the DD command.
The DD command?
Let's see. So okay, so if we look at the original file and see the first 10 bytes of corrupted back,
Yeah.
see XSD. The 7 would be 14. Or wait. 1 byte and skip 7. Alright, it's time for our favorite tool. Explain shell.
Explain shell?
It's explain shell time.
Okay.
Explain shell time. Never mind, that didn't tell me anything. Never mind. Man, DD. Skip.
Okay, so we're corrupted file and
Skip and block.
what do we call this thing again? Recovered.gif.
Fuck, that was a glitch. No, somebody. Who said the DD command?
Cannot be opened, cannot be displayed because it contains errors.
Game Boy suggested
Just-
the command.
Yeah, I mean... Wait, after you ran the command, it didn't register as... It wasn't interpreted as a GIF file anymore. Unless we run it directly, I guess.
Skip, block, or bytes while reading the file.
OreoByte, I can't hear you very well. Could you boost up your volume a bit?
Hello?
Yeah. So how did you...
Okay,
So after you did the DD command, did you have to do anything else to the file before you could run it?
So that'll be 14 bytes. So if you once you fix the file, when you view it, it's basically split up. I'm just trying to.
What do you mean by split up?
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so
7. Here's the valid bytes for the rest. We're basically skipping the first 7 bytes of the DD command. Yeah.
okay, you know what? You know what we can do? We can...
I was thinking of just opening the file in GIMP and seeing if you could, if they're layered, like if they're layered images, and then just manually turning them off.
Wouldn't binwalk do the same thing? Would binwalk do the same thing?
Good one.
Hold on. Let's try binwalk. Or foremost. I like foremost better.
Foremost is more diligent. Okay, if you want to be really silly, you can hold up flame shot and very carefully take a screenshot of the flag. Just kidding. That's kind of lame. I can do that too. I still want to see if GIMP will now see the file.
Okay. So, downloads, output, GIF.
Oh, there it is. Ta-da! Feels right. GIMP is over frames. Ta-da!
Alright, let me see if I can view this thing in my web browser. Just a second.
You can also type Firefox file name. There's...
Cannot be displayed because it contains errors. Still says it has errors. Can also type Firefox file name to quick open. Oh man, I wish I knew about that a few seconds ago.
You can do Firefox dot and it'll open up the current directory in Firefox. I guess Firefox file works too. I've always done Firefox dot out of like instinct. That looks okay. Great. We can do it with GIMP. How else can we do it? Somebody, Game Boy suggested we use StegHide.
StegHide?
Does StegHide extract SF recover enter. File formats not supported because StegHide only supports JPEGs.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to come back to this.
Cody Benoit.
You know, are you keeping your write-up somewhere public, or is it all like on your local drive?
It's just local. I can give you this file if you'd like. It's just a text file.
Yeah. Send me the write-up after you're done. I need to get going. I need to have some dinner and get on with the rest of the week. All right. So, are you okay getting right into OreoByte?
Yeah, I'll go a little bit longer.
Okay. So everybody, let's talk a little bit about what we're doing on Friday. So this is Wednesday. Last stream of the week is going to be on Friday. We're going to be doing cybersecurity news. So that's a new thing we're going to be doing. We're going to be doing more Linux OS operation stuff, teaching more stuff over there. We're going to be doing micro corruption. Have you ever done micro corruption, OreoByte?
I have, it was a long time ago. I've been so focused on Active Directory stuff.
But yeah, we're trying to learn more about reverse engineering, so we're going to be doing some micro corruption. And then we're going to be doing more OLIcyber stuff. We're going to be focusing on the binary hacking and reverse engineering, and that's going to be Friday. So everybody, please look forward to that. I'm excited to hear some cybersecurity news. Well, I'm going to try to. Wrench asks, how late am I today? We're about to end, but we are going to be raiding into OreoByte. OreoByte, let me get. Can you send me your Twitch link? I'll put it in the YouTube chat so that people can check you out afterwards. But let's set up that raid. Okay, everybody, we're going to be raiding into OreoByte's channel. And Wrench, you can go ahead and go back in the stream. We did a lot of stuff today. Alright, so, how to hack NASA? Of course. We're always talking about how to hack NASA. Alright, everybody, we're gonna be getting out of here. We're gonna be back on Friday. Everybody have a great rest of the week, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. HackerFrogs out in 3, 2, 1. Okay, OreoByte, thank you very much for the collab today. It was a lot of fun.
Sure was.
And I just need to get myself some food right now. Have yourself a great rest of the night, and